Good morning. Just testing the sound. Can you hear me?
Ewe siyakuva.
Ndiyabulela.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for us to start our meeting. Good morning to everybody that's present today. Yes, can we just get that the agenda on here? We've been in a long recess, and thank you for everybody that attends this meeting today. We've got a very important meeting to do our medium-term development plan for 2024-29. Also, welcome to the Minister, the two Deputy Ministers, the Minister of DTM. You are more than welcome at this meeting. And as for those who do not know, we will in this now ask the Minister for Water and Sanitation then to start the meeting. But before that, I would like us to have a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. It's a long day. It's a long meeting, colleagues. So let's start with business of today. And I'm asking now the Minister for Water and Sanitation to continue to greet us, and then we can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Honorable Chairperson, let me also greet my two Deputy Ministers, the DG and the entire team. According to the program, I see there is monitoring as well. Let me also greet the Minister, Deputy Ministers and the DGs. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chair. I liked your opening remarks that you are coming from a long recess. How I wish we could have been part of that. There's no recess in cabinet, Chair. Thank you very much. So you are coming with a lot of energy. Happy Heritage Month to all of you. Chair, we appreciate this invitation. As you might remember that we presented our strategic plan as the department. We have 4 critical priorities that we've put in place. I'll just do a short overview, Chair, because the DG will come and detail. We are painfully aware that the crisis of water in our country, if left unattended, it will pose a threat on monumental proportions to the stability of our nation and to the quality of life of citizens, as well as economic prospects of our country. Chair, the first priority is to turn around the decline and improve municipal water services. This will be done primarily through the amendment of the Water Service Act, which has already been tabled in Parliament, as well as development of license system for water service providers. Chair and honorable members, the improvement of the use of the regional bulk water services grant, as well as the WISC grant, will also be another mechanism to improve water services throughout the country, especially in the municipalities that we've been assisting. But we are quite aware that some of the municipalities were unable to spend the grant as it was allocated to them. Our turnaround plan is to ensure that we prioritize projects that give access to minimum level of services, as well as projects that provide access to water services to unserved communities which are near the dams, because the cry has been that the communities that are near the dam, we abstract water from the dam, but those communities don't get water. So we want to connect those communities using grants to leverage reform and involve the private sector to work with the communities. The second priority, Chair, is to ensure that the raw water security is also taken care of and the country can meet, for the country to meet the water demands. The establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to be able to finance new raw water infrastructure projects. We are also prioritizing the operationalization of the new CMAs to improve management of water catchment. Priority number 3, Chair and honorable members, is to reduce pollution of water resources. In this regard, DWS continues to strengthen regulatory enforcement mechanism for all water users that are polluting water resources. The department is also working together with Water Research Commission and the Water Partnership Office. The last one, Chair, the 4th priority, honorable members, is the establishment of the independent economic regulator in line with the National Development Plan. It is envisaged that this will ensure that bulk water providers and water services providers are efficient and financially viable so that they can encourage investment through appropriate pricing for the economic and social use. Other priorities, Chair, will include infrastructure procurement in DWS, improving the project management and monitoring, and unblocking all the blocked project, as we have already started in doing that, but to strengthen DWS oversight, especially on water boards. Chair, as I said earlier on, I've looked at the agenda, is very long, and the DG is going to detail the strategic plan of our department. I thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you. DG?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Ministers. Morning, members of the committee, and good morning, colleagues. I'm going to start my presentation with some context in order to use this opportunity to explain some issues which we don't normally have time in PC meetings on specific issues to explain, to give context to and the fundamental reasoning behind some of the strategic priorities of the department. So, of course, the most important thing which governs the work of all of us is the Constitution. And the Constitution is quite clear, although fairly complex, about roles and responsibilities with regards to water. The most clear part of and simple part of the Constitution is that it says that water and sanitation distribution services are responsibility of municipalities. So that's on the left-hand side of this slide. It says local is water treatment, distribution, and wastewater treatment, which is a municipal function. Then the Water Services Act provides for water boards to assist municipalities with their municipal function of water distribution. Although water boards are appointed by the national minister, they are not providing a national function. They're providing a local function, and they're specifically enabled by the Water Services Act to enable economies of scale to be obtained in the provision of bulk distribution services. So a very good example is Rand Water. It would be very expensive for all the municipalities in Gauteng to duplicate the kind of water treatment capacity and storage capacity that Rand Water has put in place, which serves all the municipalities in Gauteng. With regard to national responsibilities, the constitutional provisions are a bit more complex. So in terms of the Constitution read together with the National Water Act, the primary role of the national government is to protect water resources and also to allocate water uses and to make sure that water resources are used sustainably. It's quite an important consideration to note that, for example, that none of the legislation says that it's only the responsibility of the National Department to build dams. Our responsibility with regard to dams is to regulate them, to give dam construction licenses, and to ensure that dams are safe. But anyone in South Africa can build a dam, including municipalities, in terms of the legal framework. And some municipalities have and do build dams. So in terms of the key legislation and the Constitution, the key functions of the National Department and the national government are to regulate water use and water resources, to issue dam licenses, to own and operate large dams, and to regulate and support water services authorities. Part of regulating water use and water resources is the whole function of water use licensing. The National Water Act nationalized water in South Africa and made it so that individuals could no longer privately own water. And the logical conclusion of that is we need to have a system of water use allocation, particularly given that South Africa is a water scarce country. It's a very finite resource, and there are competing demands on water. So the water use licensing system needs to strike a balance between all those demands for water and make sure that water both meets basic needs, meets the needs of the environment, and also enables economic activity and economic growth. So the key institutions that have been established which help the national government to implement its responsibilities in terms of the Constitution and the key legislation is the National Department, the TCTA, which was established primarily initially to raise finance for the Lesotho Highlands project, but has since extended to also raise finance for other national water resource infrastructure projects. The catchment management agencies, which are in the process of finishing being established, the National Water Infrastructure Agency, which is in the process of being established, and water user associations, which are enabled by the National Water Act, which also replace and provide a transformed version of the former irrigation boards. So water user associations in terms of the Act are associations of users which collaborate in order to protect and manage local water uses, for example, for irrigation, for farming. Then in terms of pricing, I think we're aware from previous meetings, the regulatory frameworks for pricing, that there's a water value chain starting at municipal level. Municipalities set prices, retail prices for water. Currently, that is not regulated. Those municipal retail prices for water are not in any way controlled or approved by national government. Municipalities can set them as they wish, although there is a guideline, a standard, a framework for how municipalities should go about setting their retail tariffs, which is called the National Norms and Standards for Tariff Setting, which is issued by DWS in terms of the Water Services Act. The Water Board's tariffs are approved by the Minister, and the raw water tariffs are approved by the Minister. This is the current regulatory framework and roles and responsibilities in terms of the current legal and regulatory framework. Next slide, please. Then if we turn to the major issue of water security needs to be looked at in two parts. The first is raw water security, which is untreated water, and the second is treated water security. In terms of raw water security, we've been consistently saying that if you look at a national level, that supply is roughly in sync with demand, or in balance with demand, except that there are some localized deficits. Particularly at the moment in Gauteng, there isn't sufficient water in the integrated Vaal River system to meet the growing demand for water in Gauteng, especially in summertime when water demand increases. And in eThekwini and surrounding municipalities, there isn't enough water in the Umgeni water system currently to meet the growing demand for eThekwini and surrounding areas. In both instances, there are major projects either underway or soon to be starting, both in the implementation stage. For Gauteng, it's the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2, and for eThekwini and surrounding municipalities, it's the Umkomazi Water Project. But we need to be very careful looking forward. We can't be complacent about the fact that supply is roughly meets demand around the country, apart from these localized deficits, because there are a number of risks on the horizon with regard to raw water security. Probably the biggest risk is the impact of climate change. We know it's very likely that there's going to be increased droughts and increased flooding as a result of climate change. And the increased droughts in particular pose a major risk for raw water security. And then we have other risks in urban areas such as Gauteng and eThekwini. It's likely that urbanization will continue apace, which will mean that demand will continue to increase rapidly in these major urban areas. If municipalities don't make progress in reducing the leaks in their distribution systems, then that will also increase demand. We have to be very careful with our water catchment areas. Our whole system relies on catchments effectively functioning so that the water can flow into the rivers and then into the dams to ensure water security. And of course, sewage pollution and industrial pollution of our water resources is a growing problem and also poses a risk to water security. Next slide, please. On the positive side, there was a period when many of the major water resource infrastructure projects, which have been planned for a long time to increase the supply of raw water, were delayed in the department. And the two that I mentioned earlier, the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and Umkomazi, were each delayed by 10 years during that difficult time. But on the positive side, all of those delayed projects have been moved into the implementation phase. The causes of the delays were addressed and unblocked, and all the key major water resource infrastructure projects that were planned and delayed are now in the implementation phase. That's not to say that the National Department still has a long way to go in terms of improving its project management processes and efficiency and its infrastructure procurement and the performance of its construction unit, and that is a priority for the department going forward.
I want something to hold my phone.
If you look at the issue of infrastructure at the national level, you can't reach the conclusion that challenges with water security or with water supply are caused by poor condition of national water resource infrastructure as a generalization. According to our audited infrastructure condition assessments of the national water resource infrastructure, 81% is either in a fairly good or very good condition. So we need to get it all up to, we need to increase that percentage, but the overall strategic conclusion that can be reached from this, if you want to try and identify the most important challenges facing the country with regard to water, then I don't think you would say that the condition of the national water resource infrastructure is one of those most important challenges giving us problems. Another positive development is that we are now finalizing the establishment of all the catchment management agencies, which are a very important mechanism for local water users to make sure that their catchments are managed well. They'll be raising revenue. They are in the revised raw water pricing strategy. There are sources of revenue from the sale of raw water to fund the activities of catchment management agencies, to enable the catchment management agencies to protect our catchments, which is extremely important for raw water security. Next slide, please. And then, as the Minister mentioned, the NWRI Act was passed. We're now in the process of establishing it. It's an important step towards raising more money for national water resource infrastructure. We're going to need further phases of major water transfer projects to bring water to our particularly water scarce area of Gauteng, which is likely to continue to grow, both in terms of population and economy, amongst other major projects required. And huge amounts of money are going to be required for this. And that's why it's important for the NWRA to be established. At the moment, we are already having all of our bankable national water resource infrastructure projects being funded by finance raised in the markets from the banks and the pension funds and from development finance institutions through the TCTA. By bankable projects, I mean the projects such as Umkomazi project and Lesotho Highlands, which can get offtake agreements. In the case of Lesotho Highlands, there's offtake agreements between Rand Water and the department, and offtake agreements between Rand Water and the municipalities, and similar situation in eThekwini, which enable the financiers to be assured that they will get a steady and adequate return on their investments. Next slide, please. But building more dams and national water resource infrastructure is only part of the solution. We are rapidly reaching a limit to obtaining more raw water from the building of dams to capture surface water. Our engineers and scientists estimate that we're already harnessing about 75% of our sustainably utilizable surface water resources. So as the demand for water increases in South Africa in the future, it's going to be increasingly important to diversify the water mix. And the possible sources of diversification include desalination of seawater, return flows from treated wastewater system or water reuse, and other reuse of poor quality water such as acid mine drainage. Our coastal cities will need to be increasingly focusing on desalination of seawater, as some of them are already starting to do, and on moving towards closed systems in our major urban areas where wastewater is treated and then put back into the drinking water system, so that the cities need to draw less on water from our dams. This is a bit of a challenge because many municipalities are already struggling with delivering their current functions of water distribution, and this is an additional responsibility that they're going to have to develop these other sources of water. But because of the technical nature of these other sources, there are technologies that need to be developed at municipal level. It's not really feasible to build a massive desalination plant to serve several cities in the same way that it's possible to build a major dam to service a number of cities. Next slide, please. And then it's also not sufficient to diversify the water mix and to build more dams. Over and above that, we also need to reduce demand in South Africa. And it's something that the department has been saying for years and is in all of our policy documents. But unfortunately, we haven't been successful in actually bringing down the average level of consumption of water in South Africa. There's been some improvement in some industries, like agriculture, for example, some improvements in the efficiency of water use, but particularly in terms of general consumption and the average consumption for domestic use, we are not doing very well in terms of bringing it down. Our NODROP report indicated that the average consumption of water per capita is 218 litres per capita per day, while the average is 173 litres per capita per day, which is an anomaly when we're one of the 30 most water-scarce countries in the world. So the challenge for us as DWS is to move beyond just having policy statements saying that this average demand or average consumption must be brought down. We actually need to implement projects which actually bring it down, which we haven't been able to do successfully to date. Previous slide, please. Okay, next slide. We have reinstated the blue, green, and no drop reports. I'm turning now to the issue of treated water security. As indicated earlier, this is a municipal function, and our role in terms of the Constitution and the legislation is to support and monitor municipalities. And we also have a responsibility to ensure, in terms of the Constitution, that municipalities provide services to a minimum standard. And in order to do that, we have been undertaking the blue, green, and no drop reports, which were stopped for a while, but were reintroduced in 2022 and 2023, which are very comprehensive assessments of all the drinking water and wastewater systems of municipalities. Next slide, please. Portfolio committee members will be familiar with this slide. It shows the 2023 blue drop results. The red parts of the map show the drinking water systems in a critical state of performance. The orange ones show the drinking water systems in a very poor state of performance. And you can see from the map that almost half of the country geographically has drinking water systems in municipalities which are either in a critical state or a very poor state of performance. Next slide, please. Turning now to wastewater, the green drop 2022 results are shown on this map. Again, if you look at the map, the red areas of the map are the water services authorities whose wastewater systems on average are in a critical state of performance, and the yellow ones are water services authorities whose wastewater treatment systems on average are in a poor state of performance. This means that all of those areas which are red or yellow in the map on a daily basis are pouring barely treated or untreated sewage into the environment, into our rivers, or into communities. If you look at the map, you can see that it's roughly 75 to 80% geographically of the map, which has wastewater treatment systems on average in a critical or poor state of performance. There's 850 wastewater systems in the municipalities in the country, in the 144 water services authorities. In 90 of those 144 wastewater services authorities, the wastewater treatment systems are in a critical state of performance. And the percentage of wastewater treatment systems in a critical state of performance has worsened from the last time the Green Drop report was done in 2013 to this one in 2022. Next slide, please. Then this shows the no drop results, and the areas in red are the water services authorities with non-revenue water higher than 40%, which is guessing it's about 85 to 90% of the geographical areas of the country. It varies a lot from province to province, with the highest non-revenue water on average across being in KwaZulu-Natal, with the average non-revenue water being over 60% and the lowest being the Western Cape. As we've explained before in presentations, non-revenue water has various components, of which physical losses due to leaks in municipal distribution systems is one. But the national average for those physical leaks across the country is 32%. Next slide, please. So just some implications of these results. For example, the fact that the percentage of water supply systems with poor bad microbiological water quality compliance increased from 5% in 2014 to 46% in 2023, results in a major health risk in the country in terms of waterborne diseases such as cholera and chronic diarrhea. When we looked at the causes of this decline in performance across the blue, green, and no drop reports, it's not only infrastructure issues. Staffing issues and having municipalities not having staff with the correct skills is a major issue as well. And there's particularly for drinking water, there's a very high correlation between the performance of the drinking water systems, and the presence of the right numbers of staff with the right qualifications. We have started with the next round of blue, green, and no drop reports. We're working on a 3-year cycle, and we'll start releasing new blue, green, and no drop reports at the end of this year and during next year. Next slide, please. So the main causes of the poor performance based on the blue, green, and no drop reports are infrastructure being in a poor condition, municipalities not hiring people with the right skills, and also infrastructure not having sufficient capacity, such as overloaded wastewater treatment works. And underlying that is weak billing and revenue collection and insufficient prioritization of budgets for upgrading, maintenance, and operations by municipal councils. Next slide. So if we look in a bit more detail as to what is happening with regard to funding of the water and sanitation function at municipal level, we're currently transferring across all the national departments and if you include the equitable share given to municipalities, approximately 60 billion per annum in grants to municipalities. So that includes the portion of the equitable share, which is earmarked to enable municipalities to provide free basic water to the indigent, as well as the grants like RBIG, WISIG, and the portion of the Human Settlements Grant, which is meant to be used by metros for water and sanitation. Apart from those transfers to municipalities, the whole fiscal system of the country is based on the notion that the municipal water and sanitation function is supposed to be funded from revenue from the sale of water. Next slide, please. But it's very difficult to make the system work if municipalities have non-revenue water on average of almost 50%. It means that the system is effectively not working. The system is based on the fundamental notion that it's supposed to be financed from revenue from the sale of water, but the average revenue collection rate is only about 50%. And this is the most fundamental cause of the challenges that we have at municipal level. That the high levels of leaks in the municipal distribution system, on average 32% and much higher in some areas, means that if we do a major project like Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 or like Umkomazi Dam, 30% or more of that water that we spend a huge amount of money on capturing in the dams is then lost in leaks in the municipal distribution systems, which is a huge waste. This situation of the very high non-revenue water also means that municipalities usually don't have sufficient funds to operate and maintain their water services, and sometimes don't have enough money to pay the water boards. Next slide, please. So the key question is, what is the solution? And there's consensus now in the national government across ourselves as DWS, the presidency through Operation Vulindlela and National Treasury, that there needs to be some structural reform of the water and sanitation function in municipalities. This slide shows the most common current model in municipalities, where you have a water and sanitation department, which is just a technical department. And the head of that department has no control over functions such as human resources, supply chain management, or the customer relationship, which are managed elsewhere in the municipality. And the water and sanitation department gets a budget every year, which has no relationship to revenue. Revenue is collected elsewhere. So the water and sanitation department has no incentive to manage the department in such a way as to optimize revenue collection. For example, by prioritizing making sure that all the meters are working correctly, or by prioritizing reducing leaks. Next slide, please. So there's consensus that we need to move more towards a utility model. And what I mean by the word utility model is a model where, was envisaged actually in the Water Services Act, where the municipality would be the Water Services Authority, which is the key constitutional function of the municipality, but that the Water Services Authority would focus on ensuring that the water services are provided according to standard, and that the Water Services Authority should appoint a competent water service provider, which can either be an internal unit in the municipality or an external water service provider. And that water service provider should have responsibility and authority over all the aspects of providing the water services function, including billing and revenue collection, supply chain management, HR, etc., as well as the technical functions. Next slide, please. One of the most important things that needs to be done in all of this context at municipal level, if we're going to turn around the current trend of the blue, green, and no drop reports, is to reduce non-revenue water. That's going to require municipalities to prioritize budgets for maintenance and for reducing leaks, to close illegal water connections, to replace old leaking pipes, to improve the management of water systems, for example, through pressure management, and to strengthen meeting, billing, and revenue collection. Next slide, please. So there's various reform initiatives underway across government to achieve these structural changes at municipal level. National Treasury is implementing the reform of Metropolitan Trading Services program. They have introduced a very large new grant for metropolitan municipalities. It's a performance-related grant. The metros have to meet certain performance targets in terms of restructuring their water and sanitation function, as indicated in these slides, and in terms of making progress, for example, in reducing non-revenue water in order to access this grant. And to date, 6 out of the 8 metros have approved turnaround strategies towards making them eligible to receive this grant from the Metropolitan Trading Services Program. Next slide. We've tabled the Water Services Amendment Bill in Parliament. It has a number of changes. Currently, Section 63 of the Water Services Act is not practically implementable. It provides for the National Department to take over municipal water services where municipalities are struggling or failing to provide the service. But we have no budget to run municipal water and sanitation services, and we're not going to get a budget either because it's not a national function in terms of the Constitution. So the only way we would be able to fund the provision of municipal water and sanitation services, if we would take them over, is from revenue from the sale of water, which means we would need to take over the billing and revenue collection in the function in the municipality as well, which means we would need to take over the office of the CFO in the municipality, which we can't do in terms of the Municipal Financial Management Act. So the current Section 63 is not practically implementable. And the Water Services Amendment Bill provides for a very different approach for DWS to effectively intervene where municipalities are failing. And that approach is centered around introducing an operating license requirement for water service providers and allowing for the minister to legally require Water Services Authority to go through a public consultation process to choose an alternative licensed WSP as a last resort. To get a license, a WSP will have to show a minimum level of capability. Next slide, please. And Operation Vulindlela in the presidency has also included these reforms. You can see this is the list of reforms that have been published by the presidency for phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela. And they include, for example, create a separation between water services authorities and water service providers, requiring to start with all metros and other municipalities later to establish or appoint ring-fence professionally managed, either external or internal utilities for both water and electricity. So you can see there's a lot of commonality between the efforts of ourselves, National Treasury, and the presidency to restructure the water and sanitation function at municipal level. Next slide, please. Next slide. So having given that context, I'm just going to quickly go through our key priorities in very summary form. It's really lists of our key priorities in each of the main areas. In the context that I've described, I think it's common cause that the most the greatest challenge facing the water sector in South Africa is the decline in municipal water and sanitation services. And that's why we say that's our priority number one. And they're the key initiatives that we're focusing on now and will be for the next coming period, is firstly to reform to implement structural reforms, which is through the Water Services Amendment Bill, and setting up the operating license system for water service providers. And then assisting municipalities to implement consultative processes at local level to appoint external water service providers if they decide to go that route. We will be focusing on an ongoing basis on monitoring and supporting municipalities to implement the Water Indaba resolutions. We've set ourselves goals of improving the way we are managing the WISIG and RBIG grants, and in 4 or 5 key ways. Firstly, we've stagnated at about 90% access to minimum level of service of water services in South Africa, and we need to get that closer to 100%. So we're going to prioritize funding of applications from municipalities which improve access to a minimum level of service. What we found in recent years is that municipalities have increasingly been prioritizing refurbishment of their existing infrastructure, which is deteriorated due to a lack of maintenance. And that does not help us to increase access to a minimum level of service. You need new infrastructure in new areas to increase access to a minimum level of service. We also want to address the anomaly that there's many communities living near dams that we've built which are unserviced, and we want to prioritize allocations to municipalities so that those communities can become serviced. We think there's also room to be smarter in terms of leveraging the grant allocations to obtain more private sector investment in municipal water and sanitation infrastructure. There also needs to be a focus on completion of the long-delayed projects. And then we also need to see if we can leverage the allocation of grants to provide incentives to municipalities to adequately operate and maintain the infrastructure that we are funding them to build. The blue, green, and no drop assessments will remain a priority. And given the financial situation of municipalities with regard to funding water and sanitation, it's imperative that we get more private sector investment there to draw on the capital available in the private sector. And the work of our Water Partnerships Office will be key in that regard. Next slide, please. Turning to raw water security, we will continue to focus on expeditiously completing the raw water infrastructure projects in implementation and to expeditiously plan for new raw water infrastructure projects to ensure that projected future demands are met, to establish the NWRA as a means to raise more finance. We need to move away from just having policy statements saying there's a need to diversify the water mix towards having more interventionist programs as the department, which are actually going to result in that diversification rather than it just being a policy statement. And the same applies for water conservation and demand management. It's absolutely necessary that we retain our focus on making the CMAs well established and functional so that we protect our catchments. And there's room as well for further improvements in the processing of water use license applications, although we have made progress and we're currently sitting at about 80% of water use license applications being processed within 90 days, which is a major improvement from 35% a few years ago. We want to try and get it as close to 100% as possible so that obtaining water use license applications is not an impediment to growth and investment. Next slide, please. And then our third major priority is to reduce the pollution of water resources. The restructuring of the function at local government level through the Water Services Amendment Bill and the other reform processes in government will assist with making water services authorities and water service providers better at managing their wastewater. But it's also important that we promote changes in the types of technologies used for wastewater. The current emphasis on sewage systems with very large-scale wastewater treatment works is not working. Municipalities are not being able to maintain those wastewater treatment works, and those systems use a huge amount of water, which we can't afford as a water-scarce country. So we need to take active measures as the department and as the sector to move to a future which will have a combination of those sewage systems with wastewater treatment works, and increasingly, particularly for new developments, non-sewage solutions, which will be closed systems and which will be much more water efficient. And we need to continue to strengthen our regulatory enforcement for all industries which are polluting water resources. Next slide, please. And then finally, our priority number 4 is to continue to improve the administration and governance of the water and sanitation sector. And there, the key remaining reform is to establish an independent economic water regulator. And we are in the process of working with the National Treasury and the Presidency OV team to develop a business case and then a bill for an independent economic regulator. The advantages of which is that it will address the issue of the department being a player and a referee for raw water and water board prices, and will enable the regulation of municipal or retail water prices as well. Next slide, please. Then in addition to those 4 other priorities, we have some other general ongoing strategic priorities for the department: to improve our infrastructure procurement, to improve our project management, to improve the performance of our construction unit, to strengthen the regulation and monitoring of groundwater use. And again, here we need to move from just policy statements to effective intervention in the groundwater sector to ensure that it's used more, but also it's used sustainably. We need to improve our billing and revenue collection for raw water use charges, which from next year will be going to the NWRIA, so it will be a major challenge for them. We need to continue to strengthen our oversight of the water boards and continue to address the issue of debts owed by municipalities to water boards. So, Chairperson, that's the summary of, at a strategic level, of the context and our key strategic priorities. And I'm now going to ask Pabawa to talk about the actual contents of our 5-year plan in very summary form in the context that I provided. Pabawa.
Thank you. Good morning, all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, DG colleagues in the platform. Just to highlight the strategic plan targets for the period that is under review. The first one, we have a first priority on the water services, as the DG has mentioned. We currently have a target of improving the water services reliability from the status of 2022 of 68% to 80% by the end of the 29-2030 financial year. The second outcome that we want to do is to ensure that there's a reduction in unserved communities. And here we have got 2 areas of focus that we want to concentrate on. We would want to reduce the unserved communities from the current status of 3% to 0 by the end of the period, and also increase the access to sanitation for households from that status of 83.3% to 90% by the end of the period. And then to align with what the DG mentioned in terms of ensuring that there's water security in the country, we are planning to implement our water mix and ensure that it is diversified. In terms of increasing the reliance on surface water as a proportion to the water mix, would want to reduce it actually from the current status of 69.9% to 68%. And with that, it means increasing the proportion of the other sources of water, meaning groundwater, from 23% to 21%, and also effluent use from the current 6% to 9%, and also the use of desalination of the water from the 0%, which is currently, to at least 1%. Another activity that is supporting critically in ensuring the water security is to ensure that the ecological infrastructure is restored and protected. And the current status is that the decline of the conditions of our river is at 6%, and would want to reduce that decline, halt and reduce it by at least 1% from the current 6% to 5%. And then the third priority, we have got 3 outcomes there aligned with what is required in the medium-term development plan. The first one is to actually reduce the water supply systems that are in critical condition to 32%, the wastewater systems that are also in critical condition to 25%, and also the national average on non-revenue water to 32%. This is based on the blue, green, and the no drop reports that have been published in 22 and 23 financial years. And then the fourth one, in terms of ensuring that there's efficiency in the organization, the issue is to ensure that we digitalize our operations. So we'd want by the end of the period to at least have digitalized 5 of our operations. And the last one, but not the least, is to ensure that for all the unsustainable entities are reduced from the current status to 0 entities that are unsustainable. Thank you, teaching.
Thank you, Barbara. Chairperson, with your permission, I'm now going to ask the CFO to give a brief overview of the 5-year period ahead from a financial point of view of the department. Frans?
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chairperson. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. The slide there reflects the MTF, 2025 MTF. We are currently busy with National Treasury working on the 2026 MTF process. So we will include the last year of the MTF when the budget process is concluded. For this period, the allocation is 137 billion, which consists of 46, 45, and 44 billion over the 3 years. And it currently consists of the main account and the water training entity. The water training entity will be moving to the South African National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency once the processes of listing are concluded. So the budget as it is now is still reflecting transfers to the water trading entity. Our main transfer, Chairperson, includes the conditional grants, both the water services infrastructure grant as well as the regional bulk infrastructure grant. We also have transfers, as I've said, to the water trading entity. So this is the numbers that summarizes the 2 transfers. We have the main account as well as the water trading entity. So over the MTF, both of them currently amounts to 137 billion. And very important is that we have 3 programs: admin, water resource management, and water services management. And the other economic classification are also standard for all the government departments. On the water training entity, we have 5 programs as indicated there on the slide. And this is the budget which will be forming part of our infrastructure agency once we have concluded the listing and the establishment processes. So the budget over the MTF is 62 billion. It includes the transfers that we are making also to the TCTA currently.
Recording in progress.
Also, Chairperson, yes. Chairperson also included, as I said, the direct transfers to the municipalities. The RBIC is 10 billion over the MTF, and then Water Services Infrastructure Grant is 13 billion over the MTF. We do have details per municipality as part of the annexure to this presentation. So here is just a listing per province. And then we also have indirect grants that we have where we work with municipalities, water boards to build infrastructure, which we eventually transfer to the beneficiary municipality. For this purpose, we have 9.8 billion under the RBIC and 3.8 billion under the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. And the details per municipality are also contained in the annexure. We also transfer, as I said, to the water trading entity, which will change to the infrastructure agency once we have concluded the process of listing. We also have transferred to Komati Basin Water Authority. And then the Director General mentioned also the catchment management agencies. These are the transfers that we are having currently. As I've indicated, there are engagements with the National Treasury as we prepare for the 2026 MTF, and some of these programs allocations may change. And for the water boards, the current allocations is 3.7 billion, and that will also change based on the project approvals and also new allocations that we will be receiving with the 2026 MTF. On the water training entity, Chairperson, we have a number of augmentation funded projects. They are all listed there. And in total, based on the 2025 MTF allocation, they amount to 19.8. And as some of the projects are concluded, there will be new projects that are initiated, and the figures also will change. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Minister, would you or your deputies like to add something on that? But before I go there, can I ask Honourable Reddy, is it something you must ask now, or can we ask the questions on a later stage?
No, I'll wait, Chair. I thought the presentations were over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, would you like to conclude, or your two deputies that would like to conclude on this presentation?
The two deputies through you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mahlobo?
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson of our committee members, our Minister, Comrade Matole, and I'm not sure that the Minister for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is here. If so, my greetings, and to the DM and basically Lumbolong. I think our Minister, Chairperson, has covered all the key issues, including the support we received. Remember, we had a very successful engagement with yourselves on the plan, including presenting our budget and policy statement led by Minister Boat at your levels as a NA and the NCOP. And we are quite aware, Chair, that we also had a turnaround plan after the matter of water was prioritized by government in this 7 administration. And Minister has been able to produce a blueprint, which is the turnaround plan, the five-point plan around the turnaround on ensuring water security, the biggest work that the Minister is leading now, to ensure that beyond 2030, we don't have problems of issues of assurance of supply, whether water would be there or not there. And a lot of these things, including DG, when he made the presentation, they've been covered now, Chairperson. But in the main, to actually deal more about unblocking of major infrastructure works, and including the issues of maximizing the issues of the mix and the other things of the green and blue economy. It's an important thing that the minister is leading on that particular issue, especially around water security. But in the very same planning, the minister is building in the issues of climate change, including disaster response, and the issues of planning much better, working with other agencies. Very, very important that when you engage, also to look at South Africa's, because of our location, she's strengthening more work to bring more water to our country. That's why the issues of international cooperation and the shared water systems, the work she's doing with respect to bringing back the Lesotho Highlands, the issue with Zimbabwe, further work with Botswana, the further work that will happen with Eswatini and others. Very, very important. The issues around local government, Chair, our attitude is that our own reforms must never be looked in isolation other than the priority of government, which is an issue of reforming local government, because there are fundamental issues we are aware. And this is what we are looking at. The last point, Chair, we thank you. You were there as part of the African Union, Africa Investment Program, Minister-led and President. Very, very pleasing to say we are not privatizing water, but to close the funding gap, both in the world for SDGs, but also in our continent. The issue of mobilizing public financing, public-private sector financing is the most important issue that we need to look at. Other than that, Chairperson, we are very pleased that led by Minister we're here, just to be able to say we're in one sync, in as much as there is a separation of powers between the executive and the legislature, but there is one plan, and ours is to get water to our people, including the associated benefits. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Sitolo.
Oh, shit. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and to the honorable members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and the team. Let me also take the opportunity to appreciate the presentation that has been made by DG and the team. That is obviously quite clear in terms of where we are as a department and what it is that we wish to achieve. And I think quite importantly in terms of priority 3, given that the Minister has entrusted myself with that particular priority, which is quite significant, as we've often exhausted the conversation on the pollution of our water resources, with quite a number of the honorable members asking the questions as to when do we then begin to see people really taking personal liability, and even as far as going to the lengths of saying when are people going to be jailed for this particular transgression. And I think the emphasis has been made on strengthening and continuing with our enforcement regulation action around that issue. But I do think also what is important, and it is something that the branch of regulation, compliance and enforcement is working on in as far as the establishment of the National Polluter Register. But most importantly, Chairperson, how do we find ourselves in a position where we can then implement the polluter pay principle in a consistent manner, whether it is in the public or the private sector? That is something that I think is fundamentally important moving forward. And we will do the best that we can in as far as that is concerned, because this is becoming or is a crisis that has to be averted. And we often speak about the raw water quality of the integrated Vaal River system in comparison to the water that we're getting from Lesotho, whom the taxpayers are paying 10% of Lesotho's GDP. And it is quite unfortunate, Chairperson, that whilst we get blue water, the system that that blue water enters is deeply polluted, making it extremely difficult for rainwater to treat that water to potable standards, or making it expensive rather, to treat to potable standards, and having then to also then be sold in bulk and at a cost that is most likely unacceptable, not only to the WSAs, but also to the end user, which is the consumer and our businesses. And given also the state of the fact around the fact that we are a water scarce country, that we should be striving and working hard to making sure that we're able to preserve our water resources and protect them from pollution, because that will also obviously go a long way in making sure that we're also able to utilize our water resources for recreational and tourism activities that will be able to create jobs and contribute towards the growth of the economy. So it isn't just an issue of deeply polluted water resources, but it's also about the economic benefits that then dissipate once we find ourselves in that situation, as is the case within the Vaal Barrage area, where tourism has taken a knock. Recreational activities have also taken a knock, and people's livelihoods have been negatively affected by the pollution of those particular water resources, not only in the Vaal, but across the country as well. So it is the responsibility of the department, in as far as that is concerned, to make sure that we're able to really bring back the glory days, as it were, Honorable Chairperson, of many of our water resources that currently are facing a pollution crisis, because I do think fundamentally and otherwise it would assist us in terms of the three priorities of the seventh administration, which obviously have to deal with job creation, the alleviation of poverty, and making sure that we're able to grow our economy. And I think if we can utilize our water resources to also contribute towards those priorities of the seventh administration as a department, we would have done quite well in as far as that is concerned. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable Reddy, can I ask you just to take down your hand, please, so that when you put it up again, then I would know it's not an old hand. We're moving to the second presentation now, and the Minister for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation can...
Sorry, Chairperson, I had my hand, it was not an old hand. May I come in, please?
We're going to have a session, Honorable Member, between 12 and 1, where we will ask questions after all the presentations have been made. Is this something you need to ask now?
Yes.
Take questions now.
Yeah. With respect, Chairperson, I believe that we have had quite a bit of information downloaded now from the DG and the CFO and everybody else. And I believe that we as members need to engage at this point with what has been presented before we move on to monitoring. I really believe that that should be the structure of today's chat plan session, because my fear is that we're going to lose some of these very important points that are being raised that need clarification. I thank you.
Intelligent members in this committee, I don't think you would lose that. But because we have set a time schedule for these people to participate, I would not like to change that schedule now. Can I ask the balance of the committee, can we continue with the agenda as we've set out? I've got the utmost, how can I say this? Well, I know that the Honourable Reddy and Honourable Moore and Mako and Kobe and Selu, that every one of them and all the other members, they know their job, they know what they want to ask. You had your presentation beforehand, so I would really plead with the committee that we continue with the program. There will be sufficient time, and even if we close up tonight at 7 o'clock, it doesn't really matter. But we will make sure every question is asked. You know that I allow everybody the opportunity to ask those questions. So I would like to stick to this program because this was allocated time slots for these people. They've got other work to do as well, and we thank them for being here. So can I, Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chairperson. And whilst I completely understand Honourable Reddy's perspective, I've got a lot of notes already from the presentations and from notes I've made beforehand. This is an extensive agenda that goes all the way till 6:10. I think we need to push to get in, because the second half of the stuff is where we're going to be as a committee looking into our own strategic plans. And I think there's going to be a robust engagement at that point. And I really think it's important that we give ourselves the time to be able to do so then. And I know that there's going to be a robust engagement from a number of sides. So I think, especially considering the next two presentations are from external bodies, being the DPME and Statistics SA, I think let's get through that. Let's get all the information at once, so we're not potentially revisiting points, and we can follow the agenda and crunch through to give it a fair shake for everyone. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on that matter? Can we continue with the agenda as is?
Yes, Chair. Let's move on in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you for understanding, Honourable Reddy. It's much appreciated. Can I ask now that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation start with their presentation?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Godfrey Mashamba. I'm the Deputy Director General at the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I was requested to introduce the team in the absence of the Minister and the DG. There's changes in the department. We have the DG leaving last Friday and the acting DG starting today, who is sitting in another portfolio committee meeting at the moment. I'll introduce the colleagues who are going to present. Mr. Mamutabo Mutlala will run through the presentation and we'll take questions later. Thank you.
You can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG Mashamba. Good morning, Honorable Chair, as well as members. Morning to Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, DG present, and all other distinguished attendees. Before I proceed, Chair, can I confirm that the presentation, it should be visible?
It is visible.
It's strange that I can't see it from my side.
If you maybe can just change it to slide mode, then we don't see the pages on the side.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. As I've been introduced, my name is Mamutabo Mutlala from the department. We have been requested to share with the portfolio on our reflection in terms of the medium-term development plan. I'll start, but also just to reflect on the targets as contained relating to water and sanitation, but also what does that mean to the National Development Plan Vision 2030. Firstly, I will start by just giving introduction in terms of where we're coming from, in terms of the MTDP itself, leading to the ultimate approval of the plan by the cabinet. Just to indicate that immediately after the 2024 elections, cabinet on the sitting of the 13-14 July agreed on certain MTDP minimum program of priorities. and which they've tasked us to detail in terms of indicators and targets. But also the Honorable President in his opening address on the 18th July did confirm that we now have the 3 strategic priorities for 7 administrations, which inform the structure of the MTDP. And those strategies, first one being to drive the inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living. And lastly, the priority 3, which is building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Then, since then, there have been cluster engagements which were held during the period August to September to identify indicators and to confirm targets through what we refer to as the MTDP result framework. But also there were other bilaterals which were held with certain national and provincial departments just to finalize the MTDP itself. Also, there's been a planning workshop of FOSAT, which was held in January 2025 to finalize this draft MTDP in preparation for the cabinet sitting. And subsequent to that, there was extended cabinet Lokotla, which sat on the 29th and 30th January, which endorsed the MTDP, of course, subject to certain amendments. One of those being that we had to confirm the baseline information, but also make sure that our targets as captured, they are really realistic so that they are achieved. And subsequent to that, Cabinet then officially approved the plan on the 26th February 2025. Just to reflect on the overview of the process, as I've indicated, that this is a medium term informing our National Development Plan 2030. But the flow is that in terms of the statement of intent, as outlined and agreed by members of the Government of National Unity, that informed the high-level priority actions to give effect to these priorities in the statement of intent. And ultimately, then we had to develop this detailed medium-term plan to give effect to the GNU high priority action plans. These slides just begin to reflect the alignment between the statement of intent, the National Development Plan, and the MTDP strategic priorities, as I've indicated. I think just to remind also members is that in the 6th administration, we had 7 priorities, but this time they've been reduced to 3 priorities so that we can remain focused in how we're going to implement these priorities of government. Without running through of each, but we have grouped certain statements of intent, then linked with relevant chapters in the National Development Plan. Then where does the strategic priorities take that forward? So if you look, the first strategic priorities were in the main Department of Water and Sanitation in terms of the infrastructure, implementation, growing economy. That is where it falls under strategic priority 2. And also the strategic priority 2, reducing poverty. And the last strategic priority, which is build capable, ethical, and developmental state, which talks to building the capacity, but also making sure that our structures are functional. I've indicated the 3 strategic priorities, but here we just want to highlight firstly that there's an interrelatedness and interlink between these three strategic priorities, but the apex priority being strategic priority 1, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Therefore, it's expectation that every department, the sector, need to prioritize economic development as a strategy and job creation. But of course, you can only achieve that if you have built a capable, but also ethical and developmental state. And that will translate being able to actually support the social wage in terms of reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. So that is mainly what we're trying to reflect here, Chair, to say there's a very direct linkage between these three priorities. Now, on this slide, we just want to highlight what the findings of the National Planning Commission was. They've undertaken since the adoption of the National Development Plan as to where we are. As you can see, Chair, the review doesn't look good. For instance, when you look on the service delivery, they've indicated that has worsened and coupled with the economic labor market difficulties and negatively affecting the delivery of social wage to the poorest of the household. And when you look this, what I've just highlighted in the previous slides, to say there's a leakages in these priorities because we're not doing well in terms of service delivery and with labor market, and that has affected our social wage to the poorest. Also on the right-hand side, the issues of unemployment have been on the rise. Spatial inequality challenges continue to persist, and the economic growth has stagnant. What does that mean? Going towards 2030, but also implementing the National Development Plan. As we know that this is the last medium term before 2030. This is some of what the National Planning Commission again recommended, so that we work with agency acceleration in order to achieve those targets. In the main, when you look on the economy, they say that we need an economy that will create more jobs. Of course, the issue of just transition to low economy and building safer communities. And of course, all this talk to the issues of service delivery as well. Now, the next two slides, Chair, is talking to what we have learned in the 6th administration, because experience is the best teacher, in the sense that in the implementation of this MTDP, we also need to make sure that these critical success factors become integral part of how we're going to implement and ensure that we achieve what we've set ourselves. I won't go through all of them, but the first one talks about the whole of government approach. It says for the whole of government approach is required to support the implementation of MTDP. Improving coordination and implementation becomes vital. I think that this also talk to the issue of the MTDP, of the DDM, as we know now that the DDM has been, there's a regulations where the expectation is that as a spheres of government and various departments has to work together. But it also talk on the approach on the outcome-based, because that is the approach that we have adopted in the MTDP implementation that Departments have to work together. If you talk to issues of water, for instance, you look in the whole value chain from the source up to the reticulation. It means there are various players which needs to be playing in that space, and therefore the Department of Water and Sanitation, while is the lead, but there should be other players. The second critical success factor, it talks to strengthening presidency for coordination. There's a work being done under this where we're making sure that there's a focus on this MTDP from all the structures of government, but also the effective organizational structure, because if you don't have a fit for purpose structures, you are unlikely not to achieve what we're intending. So the issue of effective organizational structure is one of those critical success factors. Economic structural reform, stability of local government. I think the DG has touched on various issues around the reforms in local government, but also introducing the trading reforms in all the trading services, including water and sanitation. So there's a work being done, led in the strategic priority number 3 of building capable state. That is where in the main the issues of local government are being addressed. As I've said that without going through all the slides, just to move to the next slides on the critical success factors. The issue of mainstreaming the red tape reduction, I think is expectation that in all departments, we must strive to ensure that we prioritize the reduction of the red tape, making sure that there's no unnecessary administrative requirements in how we do our work. Issues of digital transformation and innovation, that is also one of the success factors which cut across, but we do have a dedicated approach in this regard, led by Department of Telecommunication and the Vulindlela and the presidency to drive digital transformation. Maybe just to pick up on the leveraging private sector financing, as we know that the physical constraints, that means that there's a need to leverage on the private sector support and financing where possible. This will include ensuring that the PPP framework, which is fit for purpose. I think that also has been touched by DG. Lastly, just to make sure that the focus is on impact and results. And if you just look into how the MTDP and the result framework is structured, this is how we've tried to make sure that we have impact and result, so that we just not plan for compliance, but there's the outcome and actual delivery. These slides just to give the picture of in the whole MTDP, how many outcomes, intervention indicators, midterm targets, and end targets we have for each of the strategic priorities. The Apex one, as you can see, that it has more of these strategic priorities because it involves number of departments and role players, and by its nature being the apex. And if we get it that right, then we're able to support also the strategic priority with in the main 75 end of term targets, and the last strategic priority which has 85 year-end targets. So now I'm moving to few slides which will deal more details of these strategic priorities. We have highlighted what we view as having either direct or indirect impact to the Department of Water and Sanitation. Of course, as I've indicated, that in many of these strategic priorities, there's an interrelationship, but we have shared with the presentation with honorable members, but I'll focus more on what we've highlighted. So the structures that you have outcome, you have then strategic priorities. So under outcome on structural reforms to drive growth and competitiveness, we have the mainstreaming the red tape reduction across every department and public entities to reduce the undue regulatory burden that holds back the business from creating jobs. We need to cut red tape and mainstream support for small enterprises, entrepreneurs, and cooperatives, especially in townships and villages, to thrive. Continue the structural economic reforms underway through Operation Vulindlela and initiate a second wave of reforms. I think DG also touched on the Operation Vulindlela second wave. What are the priorities areas in that regard, including issues of water, but also local government. Continue with institutional reforms in the water sector to enable greater investment in bulk water infrastructure and better regulation of water services across the country. On the next one, under increased infrastructure investment and job creation, we need to invest in infrastructure development in key sectors such as water and focus on under-serviced area. I think that point is important because it also supports the priority 2, that in how we roll out this infrastructure, we need to prioritize those areas which have been neglected. We need to simplify the regulation on public-private partnership to enable greater investment in both social and economic infrastructure development, maintenance of public infrastructure through a dedicated program, and establish the system to support this initiative. Moving to the next slide, on reducing poverty and improve livelihoods, maintain and optimize subsidized basic services such as water for the poor, because now here the focus is more on the reducing poverty and improving the livelihood. So one area is about how do we subsidize the poor in these trading services. Ensure that local government properly implement the indigent policy so that the old, the infirm, and the poor are able to get assistance with the payment of these basic services. This is the work in the main led by Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. However, there will be role players, especially in the main, those service delivery department, such as water and sanitation. Here, Chair, we didn't pick up any of, but as I've said, it talks more on education and health, but also the skills development. There might be certain priorities which are, of course, indirect to, but because they'll be led by other departments and where there's a need, they'll obviously interacting with any other department relevant, including water and sanitation. On this one, it's about improving delivery of basic service and bringing stability On the improving, it's about bringing stability to governance in metros and restore the delivery of services. There's a dedicated focus on metros because of their scale and the economy and just in terms of the population, but other municipalities are not neglected. We know that Honorable President has already introduced the working groups, and particular in the eThekwini and the city of Joburg. And there's a work also being undertaken in other metros led by Department of Cooperative Governance. We need to strengthen the ability of national and provincial governance to intervene in municipalities which fail to meet minimum norms and standards. Again, there's a work in terms of the issues of intervention. There's a bill which it's led by, which should begin to define the issue of the intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, because there's been a gap in terms of the application of that particular provision in the Constitution. And in many cases, we've seen that some of this intervention actually, they were not actually achieving the intended. Therefore, there's a work being undertaken so that there's a framework which can better define how these interventions are undertaken. But also we need to fast track the development and maintenance of water treatment and distribution infrastructure and the wastewater treatment systems, strengthen the regulation of water, of municipal water function, and with the possibility to separate water service authorities from water service providers to enable improved oversight and greater efficiency. I've heard a DG mentioning that there might be certain difficulties, but there are amendments on the water-related legislative framework being introduced possibly to address this. But obviously in our monitoring, we will be picking up some of these issues. This one, Chair, it falls under capable and professional public service. Again, it's about improving efficiency and productivity of the public sector by mainstreaming the red tape, a reduction across department and utilities. I did touch on this one. On the saver communities and increased business confidence, we need to strengthen accountability and consequence management in the public service, and where possible and necessary, conduct lifestyle audits for elected officials and senior public servants. The need to strengthen the capacity of the hawks to tackle organized crime, combat infrastructure crime by securing water and other infrastructure, as we came to know that we now have things like water mafias and so on. So these are saver communities which are led in the main by the crime prevention cluster, but obviously with the support of those affected departments and entities. As I conclude on the slides on the content of the MTDP itself, is that one of the things which we've highlighted is about using South Africa's presidency of the G20 to tackle global inequalities and poverty and advance sustainable development. This is general broadly, but various departments and so on, there are participants in the G20 working sessions. Now I will reflect a bit more detail, but obviously, again, this has been reflected by presentation before on what are the interventions which I've already highlighted. Then as I said, that this is contained in the result framework, which form part of the MTDP. So we also reflect what are the indicators, what we expected in the midterm, and what is expected in the end term, which should be in the 2029. So these are the interventions. I think they've been reflected by the department without going through in all details, but this is how we have it in the national in the MTDP, for instance, the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, the establishment of the cash management agencies, establishment of the independent water regulators, and so on. So yeah, as I say, that this has already been reflected by the department. Now, one of the things which our department, together with Development Bank of Southern Africa, but also National Treasury, the Presidential Climate Commission, they've commissioned the report on the brief on the investing in water security, and my understanding that this also water and sanitation is part of this work. It's also accessible on the National Planning Commission website. So basically, it provides scenarios which are three in the main. First one being the baseline business as usual scenario, worst scenario, and the sustainable alternative. And in the main, the recommendation is that we need to adopt the sustainable alternative one as an option going into the 2050 in terms of water investment and security, because the findings suggest that the current level of investment of 165 billion per annum to cover both the operational and capital expenses is currently inadequate. And if we have to move with this pace, it means it will take years and years before we actually achieve the objective as contained in the SDG and the National Development Goals. Therefore, the sustainable alternative, it talks about where we have the wet climate, we deal with the just energy transition, also the issues of sharing of water, of some water taps, aggressive water conservation and demand management, increasing clearing of invasive alien plants, reduction of allocation to agriculture, and improve bulk water system efficiencies. So that is the recommended scenario, and obviously the report then conclude by recommending that the sustainable alternative is recommended because it's the most affordable and it delivers the best result from a developmental and environmental perspective. And therefore, the overall conclusion is that the private sector investors need to be drawn into the funding of water as a public good. And again, that talks to the triple P approach. Now, Chair, just towards the implementation of MTDP, in my opening, I've mentioned some of this, but as we now implement this MTDP, we just reflecting some of the important factors. Firstly, to say the implementation will be monitored through a program of action for clusters to ensure integrated planning and service delivery. This is important, as I've said, that no one department will be able to achieve the outcome. In the main, it will be outputs, but if bringing all those relevant departments and entities And that is how the MTDP was conceptualized, and it's how it has been. Expectation is that in all of these clusters and the priorities, there should be an integration as we implement. Secondly, is that we have what we call the result framework, which outlines what are the interventions, what are the indicators, what are the baseline, as well as the mid and term targets, and who are the implementing institutions. So in this case, you'll find that in some cases, Department of Water and Sanitation is a lead, but supported by other relevant departments, entities. In some cases, it will become a support institution. But also to say DPME and the presidency will monitor cluster plans and address lacking through corrective action, including institutional review and process alignment and targeted interventions. There will be a mechanism of escalating systematic underperformance to cabinet, as we normally do through our biannual reporting to cabinet. Well, that it will make sure that there's an effective service delivery, which will enhance citizens' trust and confidence in the government institution. So we believe that if we commit in this approach, then that will result in the trust in how we do things. The last point here, Chair, we've just included for members who would like to have the details of the plan itself. Those are the link, both in the verbal and just the document itself. I'm just about to conclude. Here we just reflected, Chair, what are the reporting cycles? We have quarterly reports. We have biannual reports where we present in the cabinet committees. We'll have the midterm review where we'll be assessing progress. If there's a need to refine certain priorities, we'll adjust accordingly. And obviously the term review where we'll be evaluating the implementation itself. As I conclude, this slide does also reflect that part of what we're doing as a department, we overseeing the strategic plans and the annual performance plans. We have been supporting municipalities even during this transition period from the 6th administration into 7th administration to adapt to their plans. But also one other thing which we have picked up is that in many cases, departments plan for compliance rather than achieving the outcome. And that part is because we have Auditor General who will always, looking at the compliance, but we continue to engage AG to make sure that we find balance between compliance and the development agenda. The last two slides just talk to what we also do in our performance monitoring around the annual performance plan. This is the reflection of the 2024 financial year and the 4 quarters of water and sanitation. It reflects the number of targets, how many targets we have achieved. What is important is the 4th quarter, which is the last quarter of the financial year. As you can see that the percentage dropped because in an ideal situation is that we need to achieve the 100%. And this last slide just reflects on what we have in the 25-26 financial year in terms of the quarter 1, where the overall performance is 60%. That concludes my presentation, Chair. Maybe I will hand over back to Mr. Mashamba if any concluding remarks. Thanks from my side. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks very much for your presentation. While I'm handing back, I'll just indicate 2 things. Firstly, that the various targets that are here, some of them are integrated into the performance agreement of ministers, which they sign with the president. But beyond the reports that we see here, DPME also does site visits to validate reported performance and can also undertake evaluative work to assess performance and the impact of what would have been delivered. Where problems exist, to facilitate corrective actions that are required to improve performance. Thank you very much, Chair. And then all these things we do very closely working with the departments concerned. Thank you. Handing back to you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will ask some questions just after the next presentation if there's someone that would like clarity on your presentation. May I now request that the department or Stats SA make their presentation?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the ministers and the deputy ministers and the colleagues. My name is Solimulai. I'm from Statistics South Africa. I'll be sharing the presentation with yourself. I just want to check, I see I don't have right to share my presentation. If maybe I could get the permission to share.
Can we maybe assist quickly with the...
You do have the right, Mr.
Mr. Mtlala can just undo his presentation as well.
Yes, please, yes.
Right, then you can share now. Yeah, can you maybe just put that in slideshow, please?
I hope, Chair, you can see the presentation now.
Yes, but it's not in slideshow, but if you can't change it, you can continue. There you are.
Oh, okay.
You can continue.
All right. My apologies. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm going to switch off my video, Chair, with your permission so that we can able to continue.
You're welcome.
As I said, my name is Solimulai. I'm not alone, Chair. We are here representing the Statistician General who couldn't join us. I'm with the two colleagues, May Yandiswa Mpejeni Murudi, who's responsible for South African Statistical National System. I've got Mayor Celia de Klerk, who's leading our strategy in the organization. We are here, Chair, to share the presentation around issues around water and sanitation. And from this particular slide, Chair, we wanted to share with the members that SSA is responsible for putting together what we call it a SDG country report. And specifically when we zoom into the SDG 6, we are working very close to the Department of Water and Sanitation. As you could see, that we are actually getting the data coming from the department. We've got, for this particular SDG 6, we've got about 8 indicators, and we are sitting at 3 that are coming from the General Household Survey, which is our annual survey that is running on an annual basis. And then Treasury also is providing also information for this particular SDG. Chair, we are busy now finalizing a country report for 2025, which will be out the end of October. And I will humbly request that, Chair, maybe at the end of October, you could invite the Statistician General who will be eagerly come to present the final country report, and we can get into the details, specifically for this particular SDG which is SDG 6. For today, Chair, we wanted to share with yourself and the members the latest data that's coming from the General Household Survey. At the beginning, Chair, we wanted you to give an insight in terms of how the population, in terms of the numbers, and also looking at it across different provinces. We are estimating about 63.1 million of individuals in the South African borders. We are also seeing that our annual growth in terms of population, we are growing at about 1.2% growth, which translates to about 720,000 people. And this is based on our product that we are releasing on an annual basis, which is our mid-year population estimates. If you look at the population in terms of the provinces, we are saying that more than half of the population, which is about 36 million, they're living in 3 provinces. Gauteng still remain a province where we see more people. We're sitting about 16.1 million, and followed by KwaZulu-Natal sitting about 12.2 million, and Western Cape sitting about 7.6 million. And these 3 provinces, in terms of percentage, talking about 57% of the population are sitting in these 3 provinces. And if you go towards the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that Northern Cape, it's sitting about 2.2% with about 1.4 million. If one had to take these slides and use the area size of the provinces, the Northern Cape will be sitting at number 1, as we all know that in terms of the area size, Northern Cape has a massive land, whereas Gauteng, it is our smallest province, but it got more people in the province. Let's look at in terms of what we call it the night migration. So night migration, we're looking at out migration and in migration, and we are seeing that Gauteng and Western Cape, these are the provinces where there's a gain in terms of population, and this is driven by the migrants who are coming from different provinces, specifically coming from Limpopo and Mpumalanga for Gauteng, and for Western Cape, the province like Eastern Cape, there's the one that actually also adding into the Western Cape. And you can see below the line where we're talking about the losing population, which are the provinces, when you're looking at this indicator of net migration, Eastern Cape and Limpopo. And Chair, I just want to also provide context also that if you look at Limpopo and Eastern Cape and look at it in terms of fertility, you see that these are the provinces that had high fertility compared to Western Cape and Gauteng, which already tell us from the demographic side that the Eastern Cape and Limpopo the population is driven by fertility, whereas in provinces like your Gauteng and Western Cape, where fertility is below the national average, the population is driven by the migration patterns that we have seen over the years. Just a quick one, Chair, just to give context in terms of what is happening within the household and also some of the dynamics that are happening within the household. Let's start first looking at the household and look at the percentage of female-headed household. We are seeing that Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Mpumalanga, they are leading in terms of the female-headed household. Nationally, we are sitting about 42.4% of the household are headed by females. And as you go down the list, you see your Western Cape and Gauteng that are and Northwest that are sitting below the national. And largely this household, we found them in the rural settings. If you look at the household and you try to understand whether in those particular households, do we have anyone who's employed as a member of the household, close half of the household headed by women in Eastern Cape, Free State, Limpopo, and Northwest, don't have an employed household member within the household. And I think, Chair, this is key because it gives you a more insight in terms of what is happening within the household, specifically to the provinces that I already mentioned, your Eastern Cape, Free State, and Limpopo. And I just want also to share with the members that the slides that we just presented now that talks to the population numbers, even if you look at the household numbers, we are still seeing a same pattern where the household, in terms of the absolute numbers, there's also increased over time. And I think this is also key, especially to the subsequent slide that we're going to present, because if you look at the denominator as it's increasing, it's also affecting how we're seeing the estimates at the end of the collection of our survey. Getting into housing, water, and sanitation, looking at the type of dwelling, we are the blue bar, which talks to the formal dwelling. In looking at it in terms of the national figure, we're sitting about 84.1% of the household were regarded as formal dwelling, followed by informal, which is sitting about 11.7%, which is the orange bar. And if you just go through the orange bar where we are in terms of the provinces like Gauteng and Western Cape, one could see that 1 in 5 households in Western Cape and Gauteng, they are in a what we call informal dwelling, and sitting about 17.2% for Gauteng and 18.6% for Western Cape. The dwellings that we classify them as traditional dwellings, largely we find them in Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. Looking at a tenure status of this particular dwelling unit across provinces, we are saying that at the national, we're sitting about 60.1% of households who indicate that they own the dwelling unit, whether it's paid off or is being paid off. And I think we are also seeing that about 25.1 indicated that they rented the dwelling unit. And if we start with the Gauteng and Western Cape, that's where we start to see that actually the largest numbers of renters are actually sitting in Gauteng, about 39.1%, and followed by Western Cape, which is sitting about 29.7%. And provinces like your Limpopo and Eastern Cape, if we're looking at the right-hand side of the screen, we're under own and fully paid off, sitting around 64% for Eastern Cape and Limpopo, and Mpumalanga sitting 68 and 70% respectively. Now, when we're looking at the household and looking at the main source of water, or the main water source, we are saying about 76.8% of the household have access to what we call it an improved water sources. These dwellings, they've got taps in their dwellings, and again, if you look at those are in the side or yard, is about 30.4%, and if you look at the 8.8%, these are the public taps or communal taps that the household can actually also access water from this particular main source. And if you go through the same slide, you see that about 2.6 indicate that they have boreholes on their side. And water vendor was sitting about 2.2%. Now, we also wanted to share with the committee members, giving a trend over a period of since from 2002 and then to 2024, because it gave a little bit of insight in terms of provinces, in terms of how they perform. And I already said that these slides also have to be read with the information that I already shared in terms of the number of households that are increasing in different provinces. So if you look at the national figure, we are sitting about 87.7% of households who are access to municipal pipe water. And we are also noticing an increase of 1.4 percentage points. And this represents about 6.3 million households. So between 2004 and 2024, we are seeing about 6.3 million households who are now saying they have access to municipal pipe water. And the provinces that are seeing a high percentage is your Western Cape and Gauteng. And if you go down the list and we go to Limpopo, we are seeing a a decline where we're observing a 10.9 percentage point drop. And it has to be read in conjunction with our denominator, which is the number of households that are increasing, because Limpopo is one of the provinces that is also increasing in terms of the number of households that are now increasing also. Let's look at the interruptions. So I think the previous slides was talking about access, and now we also in the general household survey, we are also measuring whether our household also experiencing the interruption more than 2 days or 15 days over the past year in that particular reference period that we have collected the information. The percentage of households that experience water interruption, they indicated to us that it's lasting more than 2 days at a time or more, 15 days in total for the past year. And we are also noticing an increase when you compare with the 2022, where we are now sitting at 33.7% from 24.3% that we have observed in 2012. If you look at provinces like your Northern Cape, that's where we saw the largest increase between the two time periods. And while the only province we see a decline was in Limpopo. And I think on the same slide, if you look at the provinces that are below the national, is provinces Western Cape, currently sitting about 5.6% of the household who indicated that they experiencing interruptions, followed by 23.4% from Gauteng. Both provinces are below the national average. Here we went further, wanted to understand from the household, what are the other alternative sources of drinking during the interruptions? As already shared, that we are seeing an increase of interruption, and the slides is also showing that the households are now starting to depend on water provided by tanks, and this is one of the alternative sources that they're using. 5 out of 100 of households use bottled water as one of the alternative sources. And I think if you go through the list, one could see that the provinces or the different households are saving water, meaning by storing water, about 44.6%, and already indicated the municipal water tanks. And you go down and you see about 4.8 who are now reverting to what we call it using unsafe water, which is your rivers, your streams, and your dams. And down the list, we are also seeing a red water tank, which is also sitting about 4%. In the survey, we are also trying to understand those who have to fetch water. We look at it from the distance, from their own perspective, whether how long does it take them to get to the tap where they were going to have access to water. About 73.7 took less than 30 minutes to fetch water from their neighbor tap or communal tap or other source of water. And I think that's the orange bar. And if you look at it from the provinces, starting from Western Cape and Gauteng, and you look at the provinces that are above the national of 73.7% is your Eastern Cape, your KZN, and then followed by Limpopo at 62%, who said it's less than 30 minutes to fetch water at different taps or sources. Those who said about 30 to 60 minutes, we seeing Limpopo sitting at 17.5%, followed by KZN, and followed by Eastern Cape. And again, if you go into those who said more than an hour and to almost 91 minutes, we see more than about 35.8% of household without the pipe water in the dwelling or site took more than 30 minutes for fetching water. And I think, Chair, this it's confirming some of the slides that I already presented. If you look at the issues around access to water, especially in KZN, Limpopo, and Eastern Cape. Getting into the type of toilet facilities by provinces using the same general households of 2024, we're talking about 63.7% of the household having access to flash water. And if you rank them using the flush toilets. Western Cape is sitting at number 1, it's about 96.7%. Gauteng about 87.8%, Free State, and Northern Cape. Those are the 4 provinces that are above the national. And if you go down the list, you'll see Limpopo sitting about 30.7%, followed by Mpumalanga, 45.3%, and Eastern Cape, 47.9%. Toilet with ventilation pipe, I think the bar that is popping there, it's sitting at Eastern Cape about 42%, which followed by Limpopo. And this is where we see most of the households who indicated that they have toilet with ventilation pipe. Toilet without ventilation pipe, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. I think those are the 3 provinces where we're seeing they are above about 20%, which Limpopo is leading around 36.5%. Similarly with water, we wanted to share with yourself in terms of understanding this indicator over time with the same period from 2002 to 2024, because it gives you a little bit of sense to say where we are, where we were, and where we are in terms of these indicators. And we are also seeing an increase, about 21.4 percentage point between the 2 data points, growing from 61.7% to 83.1%. And provinces like Eastern Cape started in 2022 around 33.4%, and we've seen an increase of about 56.5 percentage points. We are now sitting at about 89.9%. And similarly with Limpopo and Mpumalanga, although they are above the national, but we are seeing an increase from 26.9% in 2022 to 62.2% in 2024. Looking at what is happening within the household and also having access to the facility to wash your hands with soap or only rinse hands with water. I think before COVID, with around 2019, only rinse hands with water was sitting about 50.8. And I think with the messages that were coming from the COVID-19 communication, we started to see the blue line where we're talking about wash hands with soap and water, sitting around the 61.4%. It started to move, to decrease in 2021, 2022, and 2023. And now in 2024, we are sitting about 53.7%. And I think this is an indicator that we will also track moving forward, just to see whether are we able to keep the same momentum in terms of washing hands with soap and water. But again, in the next slide, we'll talk about the facilities that needed for households to actually also do this exercise of washing hands with soap and water. And this is the slide that I'm referring to. If you look at the hand washing facility, let's start first with access, which is this bar, the gray bar on the right-hand side of the screen, access to hand washing facilities. We're seeing Western Cape and Gauteng sitting around more than 80%, and going down the list, Limpopo sitting 45.5%, KZN's percent, and then KZN followed by 55.6%. And those 4 provinces, including Northwest and Mpumalanga, are below the national average of 68%. And on this slide, on the same slide where we're talking about washing hands with soap after using toilet, which is the blue bar, and rinse your hands with water and cleaning your hands with sanitation or wet wipes, and do not clean hands, which is the black bar. If you look at these 4 responses, and specifically you look at the national, we are saying that households who indicated that they actually wash hands with soap and water after using the toilet is sitting about 53.7%. And those who indicated that they rinsed their hands with water is 43.2%. And these E2 responses, if you look at it in terms of provinces that are below the national, seeing again the same pattern, Limpopo, KZN, Northwest, and Mpumalanga. And specifically with Limpopo, we're seeing that we do not wash hands, sitting about 3.8, 3.9%, which is higher than even the national and also with the rest of the other provinces. Okay, my slides will end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, that is the presentations that is on the table for this morning. We can go over to questioning now. Anybody that would like to ask? Honorable Reddy, you are the first. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure if the Minister is still here. The Minister, Deputy Ministers, and honorable members, my comrades, good, is it morning, afternoon there? Good morning. You know, I've listened to this DG, and I want to say that from what he is presenting, it's something that's a major divergence from what we have become accustomed to. I've seen close to 4 different DGs, and what I'm hearing from the DG is something that's a major diversion, because he's now making the National Department of Water and Sanitation a mere spectator in the water the water food chain in South Africa. And let me explain what I mean by this. And I think I want to take the committee and my colleagues through this. He bases his argument on the provisions of the Constitution as well as the Water Services Act. But Chairperson, I want us to look at this very, very carefully. And if the Minister is here, from the way he is perceiving our role in this department, he is pitting us, including the Minister, against our constituencies, against our political parties. You know, I'm a Christian. I'm going to die one day, and when I die, I'm going to go meet my Maker. I'm going to answer to my Maker. As political representatives, we will come 5 years from now, and we are going to have to account to our communities. We're not going to go to communities with excuses and shifting the blame to other departments. I would like the DG to accompany us the next time we're going on oversight visits, and I'm hoping we're going to schedule oversight visits in communities that are being affected with water issues, in areas where we talk about water treatment plants that have collapsed. I want you to come there and explain what he's explained to us today to those communities. Now, let's look at this very carefully, right? What the DG is saying to us is that that water provision is not the function of national government, and it rests solely with municipalities. Now, this claim is not only legally unsound, but it's also politically dangerous, because it risks shifting responsibility away from those who are ultimately accountable, which is the national government of the Republic of South Africa. And I have to clarify this, because I can see that other DDGs and other directors are following from this misdirected notion of what our role is. Let's look at what the Constitution says. Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution, it declares that everyone has the right to have access to sufficient water, right? 27(2) places the duty to progressively realize this right on the state. And by state, the Constitution means all 3 spheres of government acting in a cooperative governance framework. So Section 40.1, 40 subsection 1, confirms that government in South Africa is constituted as national, provincial, and local spheres, which are distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. National government cannot wash its hands of responsibility. It has the ultimate duty to ensure this right is realized. Now, when I've heard the DG, it's almost as though he wants to simply pass the buck on And it's clear to me that he's lacking an understanding of the water sector. I don't know his background. I don't know his community involvement. And he comes across as lacking in these areas. The Water Services Act, Chairperson, is explicit. If you look at Section 3, subsection 1, everyone has the right of access to basic water supply and basic sanitation.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Yes, well,
I've listened to everybody.
Let Deputy Minister, let the member conclude. We will deal with that question.
So Section 3, subsection 2 of the Water Services Act says that every water services institution must take reasonable measures to realize these rights. And Section 3, subsection 3 says the minister must, by regulation, prescribe compulsory national standards. Now, here lies the heart of the matter. The Minister of Water and Sanitation, not municipalities, sets national standards, regulates and ensures compliance, as we've heard in subsequent presentations as well. Municipalities may be water service authorities, but they operate under the watchful eye and direction of national government. Now, if you look at national priorities and responsibilities, I think it is disingenuous to suggest that national government's role ends at protecting resources or issuing water use licenses. National government has the constitutional and legislative responsibility to plan, to fund. We've heard there's 137 billion rands that's in this budget, and build major water infrastructure. The DG is saying that municipalities now may go and build these dams. So the next is going to say, even the Mkumazi Dam, let's take that responsibility and transfer it to a municipality in its entirety. So the constitutional imperative is also to ensure that there's equitable distribution across provinces and municipalities, preventing discrimination between urban elites and rural poor. That's why I have the fear. I have a serious concern here, Chairperson, that this is being sort of shadowed privatization. The Deputy Minister, Mashlobo, he said, our plan as a department is to get water to our people. And that is not the plan that the DG is presenting to us. And the Deputy Minister, Mashlobo, said, we are not privatizing water. But if you listen very carefully to what is being said, we are privatizing water in this country. That's what it is. We can call it any other way. If you are calling on municipalities now to appoint WSPs to be able to do this function, which normally is done by government, you know, it's like this, Chairperson. You buy a car, right? You are unable to drive the car. You don't go and change the car. You go and learn how to drive. Now, we are throwing the baby out with the bath water. Water provision must always remain, in the main, a state responsibility. You know, one of the responsibilities we have is to intervene when municipalities fail. And what we hear the DG saying is that he wants to now move an amendment to the Water Services Act to remove Section 63, which gives us the power to go and intervene in municipalities where they have failed. So, but if you look at Section 139 of the Constitution, and I'm talking about Section 63, which he wants to remove, this empowers the minister to take over when there is a failure to provide basic services. The truth is this, Chairperson, municipalities are the face of delivery, but national government is the brain and the backbone. Now let's look at the political reality. South Africa today faces a water crisis, and I'm so glad, I really am really glad, because many of the presenters that spoke have actually confirmed what we have been saying for a long time, that we do have a water crisis in this country, but the only difference is what the DG is presenting to us is that we want to run away from responsibility for this water crisis. We have collapsed municipalities.
Member, my apology. Can you maybe conclude, please?
Yes, give me a few minutes. We are in a strat plan session, Chairperson. I've taken notes and I'm basically referring to these notes. I think I am overseas at the moment and I'm part of this meeting because I believe that what we're discussing is so critical. I need to make these points. I won't be too long. So when people protest because they have no water, they do not march to municipal offices alone. They march to Parliament. And from what the DG is saying, he is putting the minister in a very precarious position because she is going to go back to a party. She's going to go back to her to the electorate and tell them, no. Provision of water is not my responsibility. She must preface that and say it's according to the DG. Because if she doesn't, she's going to be in very serious problem. So the DG's claim serves one purpose. It's to shield national leaders from accountability and to pass the buck downwards, while ordinary South Africans continue to suffer. Chairperson, I just want to quickly, very, very quickly, speak to some of the issues that have been raised by the DG, where he speaks about the non-revenue water, which is clearly a crisis. We've been saying this all along, that 50% of the cost of water is going down the drain, it's unaccountable for, and that is a crisis in whatever name you want to give it. And what is even more startling is the fact that untreated water is so critical at the moment that it's actually going to pose a health risk to our citizens. And what is going to be our response to this? No, it is not my responsibility. I can tell you, when we get the report from the blue, green, and no drop reports, it's going to paint a very dim and bleak picture of what the state is of the quality of water in our country. So I think as a start, before I even go into the budgets, the strategic plan, because I see the strategic plan is also following from what the DG has said. As a committee, we need to now take a firm decision. What is our position on this? Are we saying that it's not our responsibility? We take 137 billion rands and we just transfer them through RB grants and others types of grants, and then say, no, they're not my responsibility, in which case I seriously have a problem with this. I thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. I really do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. I think that is your view. I also don't understand why you would say the DG is not understanding water, because the function of the Department of Water and Sanitation is to preserve our water. But if you continue and look at the department must develop bulk water infrastructure such as dams, canals, and transfer schemes. That is the main responsibility. And if you look at what is the responsibility of municipalities, then it's very clear that they are water service authorities in terms of the Act, and they must ensure that safe, reliable, and affordable drinking water is distributed to the municipalities. Although the minister is the custodian of water in this country, it means that she also oversees over municipalities, but how water is structured, and that is the main reason why the DG said that we've got to reform water, how it's been dealt with. It should be, and he has mentioned that. But yes, I hear you, and it is a concern, and I think it is a concern for the minister and the committee as such, as well as the DG. It's the way that we see it. But I'm handing over to the minister now to deal with your remarks that you have made. And Minister, let's deal with this in a constructive way, not politicizing this, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I take your instruction, but this was raised in a political manner. Hence, one has to also respond in a political manner. First and foremost, we respect the Portfolio Committee and its members. But once honorable members start attacking the integrity of an individual, it's a problem. DG has been attacked here, that he lacks understanding. and we take a serious exception on that. It was incorrect. It was incorrect. Members must argue their point without attacking the integrity of a person. Our mandate, Chair, thank you very much. You have summed up our mandate. I think the person who needs more sort of empowerment on the mandate of the department is the Honorable Member Reddy. Why am I saying so? He seems not to fully understand the mandate. We are not running away, neither trying to apportion a blame to a certain individual. There's a water value chain here, which says exactly what is expected of us. Our mandate goes up to that of a water treatment plant. But when it comes to the reservoirs, I've been saying this time and again, when it comes to reservoirs and reticulation thereof up to the tap, it is the responsibility of municipality. And that you want to invite us to go to meet with the communities. We are meeting with the communities every day. That is not going to change what our mandate is. It can't change. We understand the constitution that we must play a supporting role to municipalities, of which we are doing that, but we cannot take over the responsibility of municipality. Even that section 63 has some limitations. That is why we brought that for amendment. But Chair, the RIPIC and WISIC, those are the grants that we are supporting municipality with in ensuring that municipality augment what they are getting in terms of other grants. I think Honorable Reddy is taking it too far. That we are putting the committee against the constituencies. We all have constituencies. We all have a head. We have had no constitution. All of us were going to give water everywhere and anyhow. But this is a constitutional country, and we have to respect the three spheres of government. Local government is not a sub-committee of our department. It is a sphere that is independent. Yes, we do support them. But Chair, I think when we raise issues, let's raise issues in line with the Constitution and not vulgarize the Constitution, because the problem is that members go out and promise constituencies that we're going to give you water. We don't deliver water in terms of a tap. We don't do that. That's not our mandate, unless this portfolio committee says want to change the constitution altogether. We'll be happy to get that. We want to change the constitution so that you abstract, you process, you deliver water up to the tap. That we can do. But now we have no right to do that. Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Mahlobo is going to add, and Honorable Sekrulo. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Can I start with Honorable Sitolo? He tried to interject just now. So, Minister, would you allow the Honorable Deputy Minister continue?
Yes.
No, Chairperson, my point of order was precisely on the manner of engagement in which Honorable Reddy was interacting personally now with the DG. The Minister is quite correct. Honorable members can have, of course, their views on the presentations that have been made. But the moment that the DG or any member of the committee, the Minister, myself, and dear Mahlobo are now personally attacked, and our characters, being questioned, that then does become personal, and I think it's very unfortunate, in the manner in which Honorable Reddy was addressing the DG and trying, in fact, to pin the DG with the Minister, almost as if there was a contradiction.
Order, Chairperson.
Presentation that was made by
Honorable Reddy, I will come back to you. Just give me
No. A point of order, because these members are deliberately playing politics when I didn't. Now they are distorting what I said. Let's focus on the issues.
Honorable Reddy.
Make the main thing the main
Honorable
thing.
Reddy.
Stop playing this cheap politics.
But you started those cheap politics. You started them.
No, Minister. Minister Pami must go. Please stop being emotional.
You will go yourself.
Stop being emotional.
In your constituency.
You stop being
You
emotional.
Admin, can you
You stop
mute
being
Honorable
you
emotional.
come
Reddy,
and make
please?
noise here.
Be professional.
Can
Be
you
professional.
mute
And
Honorable
stop being
Reddy, please?
emotional.
Honorable Reddy, if you're going to do that again, I will request them to take you off.
And also the same with the minister. The same must
I
apply
am
to the
telling you
minister.
now, Honorable Reddy, you are disrupting this meeting now. If you continue with that, I will ask them to remove you from this platform. So I'll give you the opportunity to come back and respond. Honorable Sitolek, Deputy Minister, you can continue.
Well, I suppose that was precisely my point, and Chairperson, and I personally take exception to the fact that we spend weeks and months traversing this country on oversight and making sure that we're able to work with municipalities as water services authorities precisely on the basis of the outcome of the water and sanitation in Daba. I've not heard myself, the minister, nor DM Mahlobo, isolate themselves from the realities of water services authorities. And one would have indicated or would have seen on the presentation the amount of grant funding that is given to water services authorities in order for us to be able to assist them with their water and sanitation infrastructure. But I don't know, Chairperson, there has to be a way in which we can argue, the details as presented without necessarily being seen to be attacking the individuals, as was the case with the DG. I really think that was very unfortunate. And I personally take great exception towards that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mahlobo.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think yourselves, we are absolutely correct. Let's raise matters without any fear or favor or contradictions. But let's maintain a particular decorum, especially for people who are not members of Parliament in terms of raising issues. Honorable Reddy, we are quite aware that our strong view is not that it must be actually a view that must be followed by everybody. We know we're closer to elections now, but the matter of water and sanitation were appealed that because water knows no boundaries, no ideology, let's handle it with the care it deserves, because all of us, we don't want to send a message we're fighting over these issues. I don't think it has been the position of the department that we say we don't have a role. And our roles, we are absolutely correct. The Constitution is there. And we have the Water Services Act and the National Water Act. And we have never shied away, Honorable Chairperson, on our roles given to the Minister in terms of the Water Services Act. In the main, Honorable Reddy, you know that the Water Services Act of 1997, there are a number of regulations we've developed over time. And these regulations, in the main, they are looking at giving municipal bylaws, national standards, so that at least the issues around the municipal sanitation services, around technical standard, the issues of consumer chapters, basic minimum services. Even if you look now, Chairperson, who made a determination that if we are doing communal yards, how far should they be away from communities? And if we are doing yard connection, there have always been minimum standards. In our plan, Chairperson, we have agreed now that there are weaknesses in the Water Services Act. And after 30 years of democracy, looking at the weaknesses of local government, trying to apply IGR mechanism, including the Cooperative Governance Framework Act there, we've agreed with yourselves to say probably our support to local government at the state where local government is, there are areas of concern. That's why we're putting these matters that are there. That does not mean it's a dereliction of duty, Chairperson. And it's normal that you need to do that. Remember, one of the biggest things that we've always done as a department, we're a policymaker, we're a regulator for both water and sanitation services. We've improved around issues of support for local government, Chair. There is a limit to it. There is a limit on the basis of the resources that are there and others. That's why you look at the budget we've passed as Parliament, yourselves, your RP, your WISIC, and it does not necessarily mean we'll be able to solve all the problems of local government. That's why the reforms on local government are very, very important, because they too are a sphere of government. We're not a bigger sphere. They have a responsibility that they have to play, and we need to support, cooperate with them to do certain things. But national, we've never run away from intervention. How many projects are here demonstrating that Minister Majodina have never said, I will not be able to intervene? Our accounting officer, Dr. Phillips, is the one that is responsible for finances. He has never said, you know what, I don't want you to make money available for intervention. I think the issues to say someone is not familiar with his area of work, I think is actually below the belt, and we should not actually try to do that. But let's clarify certain things. Honorable Reading, around norms and standards, you can't fault us. They are there already in place. The ministry is not starting now. We have been in the water sector ourselves as a council, as a member of our board, and we all know water. Let's not create an impression someone knows much better, but understand that there are institutional and situational crises that local government face. Like Minister says, when it comes to water security, we know we're fine. There are areas of deficit, there's drought, there's climate change. But when it comes to water services, the statistics are there. If non-revenue water is at the level where it is, the drop reports, the AG reports, and all other reports by experts, it says then the sphere called local government is a sphere that requires our support. That's why when we met with you and local government, when we met during the Human Rights Month, we all agreed to say, let's look at the implementation model. It's not working. Let's look at the issues of the financing model, the technical capability. These are the things Minister has said, including issues of crime and corruption. There's a lot of corruption that is happening there that we needed to. But let's not create an impression that we want to say, local government, we are on your own. You know, unfortunately, you can't use an example of dams. Dams, you know, in South Africa, there are more than 5,500 dams. And the dams that we own as national government, major dams, they are less than 400. A number of these dams, Chairperson, you know, they are municipal dams, including yourself, Etienne, you know, you do have some small dams there where you come from. And then others are belonging to agriculture and other sectors. The issues of dam building, it depends on the size, it depends on the scope and the impact. I thought that matter we must be able to demystify. There's nothing called privatization. We met, we agreed that water, in terms of the National Water Act, only Minister Majodina, assigned by President, is a custodian of national water resources on behalf of our people. There is no natural, privatization there. But the implementation model in South Africa is not coming with our DG as if it's a new thing. You know that, for an example, there is a model where Water Services Authority must have a provider, and we have never prescribed which provider people must choose in terms of implementation modalities. We said it can be a municipality itself, but ring-fence the function, because running water or electricity must be run as a utility model, as a full business entity, which is part of the reforms. And some of the reasons why you find that whatever you get from the sales of those particular resources, if they would have been ring-fenced, just ideally around asset management. How do you sweat an asset when you don't actually invest back on that particular asset? And we're trying to resolve that problem. But we have said municipalities, they can choose any other provider that they want to do. It's not that we are prescriptive. But then the other thing, you know, that there is issue of concessions in South Africa, involvement of certain companies. In Durban, where you come from, you know there used to be Vivendi, a French company in the early 90s when we were there. As a youngster, I happened to do practicals on Vivendi. It used to do wastewater treatment works. Did we call that thing privatization? No. The asset remain at the hands of the state. You have to deal with issues of efficiency. You go and say there around Palito, you have Caesar Water. There is nothing called privatization here. But let's never make a mistake that private sector has no role to play. Most of the big water security projects, they've been funded off budget in the main, because the fiscals, when we look at R1 trillion, Honorable Chairperson, to solve the problem, Africa needs 30 billion US dollars gap per annum. The world needs 7 trillion rand. Funding mechanism can actually be looked where private sector plays its part, the budget facility that you've been supporting us, the reform that are there. We can just be ideologically because we choose on the basis of time and space, but let's be held accountable that ultimately whatever we do, are we able to get water to our people, deliver sanitation, including access to opportunities, or around the question of that will be my take, Chairperson. But there is no different view amongst us to say this is what we're doing. But there can be legislative gaps. I'm still waiting for Honorable Reddy promise us to put a private members bill. And the two of us, Chair, remember we said he must call also a webinar on water on some of the ideas he shares. Let's allow the ideas to flourish, but let's stop calling each other by names. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Yes, I really want to plead with Honorable Reddy. Although I gave you the opportunity to speak how you feel, it is fine. But at the end of the day, we are all colleagues and we've got to respect each other. And if we do not respect each other, there will be consequences. So, Honorable Reddy, you have been answered on your view, and I do respect your view that you may have a view, but also be keep it in mind that we need to respect each other, and not that I'm saying you are not respecting the DG. That is merely your personal opinion. And that is not the opinion of this committee. So therefore, Honorable Reddy, I don't know whether you made a statement, whether you would like to conclude on that statement now, or can I give other members the opportunity also to ask questions?
I don't want to hoard the discussion, except to say that this is typical. What has happened is the members, the minister in particular, has taken what I've said completely out of context, and she is focusing on something which is not the main thrust of my argument. And that is typical of someone who has been exposed, basically. I did not attack the DG. I did say that he was put there on the spot by the minister to come and make the presentation. So my response was to him. Maybe I should have presented my response to the minister, but obviously we know she doesn't do these presentations. She either leaves it to Deputy Minister Mashlobo or she puts it to the DG. But I will not be intimidated by that DA Deputy Minister or the minister to not say what I want to say. It's my democratic right. It's how I interpret what I heard.
But
we're
being disrespected here, Chair. We're being disrespected.
Honorable,
we're being disrespected, and I will not allow that.
We're not going to allow this, Chair. We cannot allow him attack again from Reddy.
Honorable members, can I ask that we do not do this? Honorable Reddy, I'm asking you now to conclude because you are attacking.
I have, Chair. I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know why people are getting their knickers in a knot.
No.
Because there's no
Thank you
attack
very
on
much.
them.
Thank you very much. Can I now go to Honorable Ditebe?
Chairperson, good morning to you, to the Minister, our two Deputy Ministers, DG and team, and all of the honorable members on the platform. Chairperson, I would like to perhaps start off by thanking the Minister some 2 weeks ago, I think it is, for going out of her way to clarify the role that South Africa plays in respect of the Lesotho Highlands water scheme, and to situate in proper context the 53 billion rand worth of investment in that country. You and I and other members, Chairperson, went to Lesotho and were in awe when we saw the amount of investment in respect of infrastructure there, the type of investment that is not isolated at all from the resource that we get from Lesotho, which is an estimated 790 billion liters of water per annum, with the expected 490 billion liters of raw water per annum by 2029. And so it is quite important that South Africans understand what role South Africa is playing in respect of, for example, its participation in that project through the Lesotho Highlands Water Commission. So I'd like to thank the Minister on that one. But Chairperson, also to say from our end as the African National Congress, perhaps we should start off by saying that Honorable Ramaila would have liked to be in this meeting, but he's got a similar engagement in another committee, so he could not be with us. So apologies, I did not have the opportunity to put his apology forward to you, Chairperson. So the other issue, Chairperson, relates to aspersions that have been cast on the person of the DG, just to join the Minister and the two Deputy Ministers and yourself to say we do not at all doubt the integrity and professionalism of the DG. Since I first met him some 3 years ago at the Water Summit during Minister Mkunu's ministry, I've not had any reason whatsoever to doubt his integrity. So wherever he is, he must know that we will continue to engage with him within the confines of our work, doing oversight as members. And of course, we will be very robust, but we will not degenerate and disrespect him. Chairperson, I thought I should make that clear. Chairperson, the few issues that I'd like to raise, and thanks to all the presenters for basically bringing everything together, StatsSA, DPME, and indeed the department, so that we see, the synergies and collaborations across the board in respect of the work of the department, also, of course, looked at in terms of SDG 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Chairperson, just the first point in respect of the a topic that we have been seized with for quite a while here, that is the level of debt by water service authorities to the water boards. As far as I'm aware, Chairperson, and Minister will jokingly say on that note of Machabeng, my own municipality, the last time I checked, largely due to interest and penalties, out of an estimated 25 billion rand that's owed to the water boards by water service authorities across the country, has a shocking 8 billion rand plus that it owes to the Val Central. And Chairperson, I'd like to know, perhaps from the DG, since we resolved to support the Minister and the department in ensuring that in their engagement with National Treasury, that a portion of the equitable share in respect of Machabeng, I think it's about 70 million rand that's supposed to be sourced from that equitable share, which is in the order of 250 million. Whether that indeed has been done, it is important, Chairperson, that we do that. And this, for me, is also absolutely important in the context, Chairperson, and I think the DPME presenter referenced this, Section 139, Machabeng, as you know, by order of the court is under Section 1395. And DPME, I think it is important that we do not simply outline in terms of the revised framework of strat plans and APPs and whatever other instruments that DPME uses, that we have those submissions without looking practically at what is happening. Because I can say this to Minister Majordina, and I thank her for all the tireless efforts that she's been making to engage with the Premier of the Free State. At a practical level, Deputy Minister Mahlobo Sitlulo, Chairperson, you will find that the EXCO rep actually gets undermined in terms of the financial recovery plan. And you can imagine if there is resistance to sourcing or ceding a portion of the equitable share to settle that 8 billion rand. And we know that there are other incentives, such as the same debt forgiveness scheme as what Eskom has. You can imagine what that will do. Mangaung is on its way to completely eradicating its debt to, rather not Eskom, but the Vaal Central Water, notwithstanding its own grievances about that. Chairperson, so that is the clarity I'd like to have from the Minister, the DG, as far as that indebtedness. Chairperson, the other issue is in respect of the raw water. And again, there is absolutely no doubt that here in terms of the Water Act, as the DG said, water has been nationalized. And Chairperson, some weeks ago, we sat in a meeting of the Portfolio Committee where we dealt with a technical amendment so that the NWRIA can be properly placed as a Schedule 2 entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. And so if there is any doubt, Chairperson, that this is a state-owned company that will replace the TCTA with, as the CFO has said, the WTE and I think the infrastructure unit of the department being subsumed under the NWRIA, I think whosoever doubts must be provided with evidence to that effect. And I think members of the committee have traversed that path already. Chairperson, the other issue relates to our relationship with other spheres of government. And as Honorable Reddy has said, these are distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. Chairperson, in my previous life as a councillor, at some point I was the first Secretary General for that matter, of the South African Local Government Association. And I had the privilege, while the Constitution was being drafted and finally adopted in 1996 and certified by the Constitutional Court in 1997, to sit with top experts as part of the organized body of local government to look in particular at Chapter 3, of course, also linked to Chapter 7 of the Constitution. And I think from local government being referred to as a level of government to now graduate into a sphere with all the conceptual and theoretical underpinnings of that particular meaning, Chairperson, one understands very well. And I think, Chairperson, our role as members of Parliament, and on this one, our minister, our deputy ministers, the DG and other officials should indeed be held accountable, but we should equally understand the framework within instruments such as Operation Vulindlela Phase 2 and the district development model as evolved from 2019. What impact those instruments have in terms of coordinating those synergies and collaborations across spheres of government so that the net effect of our oversight can be such that if people do not have water, as the SDG 6 says, within the first 30 minutes that they are looking for water, then they can have that. Chairperson, the last one, to Statistics South Africa, where, for example, reference is made to people that have water, and we have, of course, seen statistics in respect of how many people have access to piped water, etc. Does this number perhaps include people in informal dwellings, informal settlements, others that have occupied, buildings, etc.? And these, of course, being South Africans, does their methodology count those people in, or does it simply confine itself to people in informal dwellings as far as access to water is concerned? Chairperson, the last one relates to maybe the last two. We have seen in the last few days an argument being made by some academics, which argument contradicts what the City of Cape Town came to the Portfolio Committee to present with regards to marine outfalls. And one academic, Professor Patrick, and I also shared this with you in the WhatsApp group of the Portfolio Committee chairperson, stridently contradicts the City of Cape Town, at least with regards to evidence that it posits as far as the accepted levels of toxicity of sewage after being treated that gets deposited into the sea. Now, this clearly has a bearing on the desalination project. We have heard of mussels and other fish, etc., being contaminated by chemicals of environmental concern, etc. DG has referred to that rather briefly, and perhaps in his response, if we could find out exactly what specific technologies are being evolved. I know work is ongoing as far as that is concerned. So the last one, Chairperson, how much has been made available to ensure that underserved or unserved communities that are located alongside the infrastructure? If you look at the Lesotho Highlands Water Scheme, communities that are either unserved or underserved, how much is made available to make sure that this is not a mere theoretical commitment to serving those communities so that they have access to water? So, Chairperson, those would be my few points that I thought I should put forward either as comments or questions in this particular session. Thank you very much for your attention, Chairperson. And once again, we do not at all doubt the integrity of the DG. And I think if a mistake has been made, there must be that honor to say, I own up. I shouldn't have used those words to attack one of the members or one of the officials. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister? Minister, you are muted.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I welcome the presentation or the remarks and input by Honorable Tebe. Through you, Chair, and the committee, at opportune time for you, you will invite us just for one item, or we'll request a meeting just on one item to update you on our intervention to accelerate the speed in terms of the Lesotho Highlands, and to bring you a progress report since your visit. We'll do that But thank you very much that Honorable Ditebe did follow our visit there. Chair, as he has correctly captured the issue of collaboration by spheres of government, and we are doing exactly that. On the Val Central and other boards, I must say, Chair, last time when we reported, we said the Val Central and Mahalitz might not go beyond June because of the debt. There are municipalities, I must say, that are servicing their debt. For instance, if we talk Mangaung Metro, they are not owing Val Central anything. They are up to date in terms of their invoices. And other small municipalities, they've entered into an agreement of servicing their debt. There is an improvement, but I cannot be able to present the rand and cents here. I think DDG Risimati will be able to assist on that. I know this question is asked from Stats South Africa. The capturing of what is happening in local municipalities in terms of water was correct by the Stats South Africa, and this is what we've been saying, that as we provide water, the demand is growing and the population is growing, and therefore there will be a gap in terms of areas that are supposed to get water and are not accessing water. But I appreciate and welcome the input. If you may allow DDG Mate to fill up, especially on the Val Central board. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG, would you like to come in here before we go to your DDG?
Yes, thank you. On the issue of Val Central and Machubeng, Chair.
Correctly?
Yes, so we have been working with National Treasury on the request of Val Central Water Board. We have been asking National Treasury to withhold equitable share for Machubeng. It has been a bit complicated by the fact that Machubeng got a court interdict against Val Central, and there was an arbitration process which initially indicated that Machubeng only be allowed to pay a certain low amount, about 12 million per month, to Val Central, which isn't nearly enough. They need to pay much closer to 70 million. But then Val Central engaged with the court and made counter arguments. So now, more recently, the court has agreed that actually the minimum amount that Machubeng must pay is 62 million per month, which they didn't pay the last time. So we will be, the last time the equitable share was withheld, and they haven't been paying that amount in their monthly invoices to Val Central. So if this situation continues where they fail to pay at least the 62 million per month, we will then again be requesting National Treasury to withhold the equitable share for Machubeng. And given the fact that there's now a more recent court ruling that they should be paying at least 62 million a month, we think that National Treasury will now, in the November equitable share allocation, fully withhold the allocation unless Machubeng pays Val Central. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. DG, can you also answer on the Cape Town water outfall into the sea, if you can?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we have regulatory powers over pollution of water that's on land in our rivers and dams. We don't have regulatory powers over pollution of the sea. That's under the Department of Forestry and Environmental Affairs. And then I think the second part of the question was related to the effluent from seawater desalination. That also goes into the sea. That would also be covered by the Department of Forestry and the Environment, not by us. In terms of the regulatory framework, but there are regulatory frameworks by DFE which the City of Cape Town has to meet with regard to how they dispose of that salt residue from the seawater desalination plant and the concentrations that they're allowed to put into the sea. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There's other questions on the raw water. Question that was asked on raw water and how much money, how much has been made available. That last question.
Water available too.
It was around that.
Is someone going to answer that questions quickly or?
Sorry, Chair, can you repeat that question, please, for us?
The question on the raw water that the honourable member asked on raw water, and then there was a question that the last question that he asked, how much was made available to communities?
Frans can come in on that one, Frans.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, we do have allocations in those specific municipalities. What we'll do, we'll have to provide specific allocations for the communities, but we do have allocations in all those districts, including Sekhukhune, where there was reference to communities who don't have access to the dam. But we will provide specific allocations across the country as requested by the member.
You will then send that to us in writing?
Yes, we will.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ditebe, can we agree that we invite the Minister of Environmental Affairs to deal with the questions that we discussed in the previous meeting with Cape Town, and the Minister did not attend, all the department, but let's make sure that we get them to assist us in even the desalination and the return of that water into the sea, that we refer that to a meeting that we can schedule with the Department of Environmental Affairs so that they can come and explain to this committee how we deal with that, since the department is not involved in the effluent that goes into the sea. Are you satisfied with that? And then I want to find out from you whether you are satisfied with the responses you received.
Chairperson, very much happy. I just want to know whether perhaps this isn't an opportune moment for DPME and perhaps SSA to also be on board, just as in this particular arrangement where the department is the key department, but then we've got other either entities or departments that are supporting the work that the department does. And I'm referring here to DFFE. So yes, I'll be quite happy with that. And I believe, Chairperson, that we have to work in such a way that we dispel whatever doubts that people may have. And it is for this specific reason that I referenced the DDM1 plan strategy, because there can be no denying the fact that DFFE will have its own mandate in terms of the legislation that governs it, DWS and other departments. But where there is that expectation that this is what this particular department in collaboration with others must do, be it in terms of Operation Vulindlela or in terms of DDM, etc., that must be done. So yes, Chairperson, I thought I should just also qualify my response by requesting that DPME, and I think if necessary, SSA be present, because here we are talking, for example, about the green drop reports as well as the blue drop, and of course the no drop reports are equally important, but specifically here it is the green drop reports I think that we are concerned about in terms of the discharge of the effluent into the sea, and that department being responsible. Yes, that should be done. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask Stats SA whether they would like to add to what the Minister said on the referencing of people having water? Would you like to add to clarify that question, Stats SA?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think from our side, as Statistics South Africa, we do collect this information, as I already said, annually, and we cover all settlements, including informal settlements. We also make sure that within those households, we collect information across all the households. This survey that I'm referring to, Chair, is the national survey that we are running. Maybe what I can suggest, Chair, is that we could share the report through your office so that the members can have the detailed report of the general household survey so that it can also bring context in some of the numbers that we share. Thank you.
Honorable Kegakilwe, you next, and after that it's Honorable Moore and then Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Minister and Deputy Ministers, DGs and their team, and good afternoon, honorable members. Chairperson, not ruling out what you have said with regard to the behavior of Honorable Member Reddy. Unfortunately, in the message, he indicated that he might be out due to network connections. But I will propose, Chair, because that type of behavior, especially from the honorable member, is completely unacceptable. So to avoid such thing to happen again or to recur, I will then, Chair, with your permission, propose that this matter must be referred to the Integrity Committee so that we start behaving ourselves when we are in the meeting. And then let me go straight to the questions. I'll be short like I am. The first question is with regard to the delisting and the listing of the entity, as well as to the establishment of the new entity, NWRIA. I just want to know what is the progress and when will this listing be finalized? Because without that listing, we cannot say now we have established or we are establishing an entity. And then the second question is with regard to the municipalities, especially in slide 11, out of 334, out of 850 wastewater systems, 334 in 90 municipalities were in a critical stage, but the presentation is indicating the situation for 2013. What is the current status with regard to those municipalities with critical state when it comes to wastewater systems? And then the last one is with regard to the metros, because out of the 8, the 6, they have their approved turnaround strategy. And the 2, they are still not having an approved strategy. I just want to find out from the department if are they busy assisting those 2 municipalities, and how soon can their turnaround strategies be approved. And then I also have a concern with regard to the presentation here, Stats SA, especially when it comes to household without flushing toilets. So most of the affected province is Northwest, my province, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. I just want to find out if there is any plan from the department to assist these provinces, and how soon will that process of assisting start? That is all from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me thank Honorable Rekhatile on the comments. in terms of the delisting and listing of TCTA and water trade entity, the DG will just in a minute give the progress, because we developed a clear roadmap on what is supposed to happen and by when. So we have clear deadlines on that, as well as consultation with all the affected parties. The issue of WW system, where 34 on slide 34, DDG Mate will also assist on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Our time frame for having the NWRA listed and up and functioning is April 2026. I'm going to ask Toko Sigwaza, our Chief Director responsible for managing that process, to come in after I finished summarizing answers to the other questions, to give a bit more detail in our progress to date. With regard to the current status of the municipalities which were found in the 2022 and 2023 Green Drop reports to have wastewater treatment systems in a very poor condition, we are currently doing new Green Drop assessments. From our summit that we held with water services authorities and from our water indaba that we held earlier this year, the municipalities which have been performing poorly did agree to produce corrective action plans. We are getting reports to our regional officers from those municipalities on progress with implementing their corrective action plans, but we'll only be able to see the impact of them implementing those corrective action plans when we've completed the current round of Green Drop assessments, which are currently underway. So the results of those Green Drop assessments, as I indicated in the presentation, will be coming out over the next year and a half, and we'll be able then to get a good picture as to whether the corrective action plans have resulted in improvement in those municipalities or not. Honourable Kekahilwe was referring to the two metropolitan municipalities which have not yet produced turnaround plans in terms of National Treasury's reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Programme. Chairperson, it's National Treasury which is driving the implementation of that programme, and they are engaging with those metros with regard to them producing turnaround plans. I know that National Treasury has a team in place which offers support to the municipalities, so there's strong support offered to all of those metropolitan municipalities to put in place these turnaround plans. It's not due to a lack of support. Those two metros haven't yet put them in place. And so the support is still there. The municipalities need to get the turnaround plans finalized and approved by their councils. And the support is there from National Treasury for them to do that. With regard to the last question, I don't know if colleagues can assist.
Yeah, did you choose on the platform?
Arizimati?
Yeah, but
Yes, DG.
Can you answer the last question?
Yes, the last question that was raised was regarding the support to the municipalities. I think the question from the honorable member is that with our intervention, when we come back maybe to report on the one of 5 municipalities that we are offering support, the municipalities in questions fall within that category, and they're basically integrated within the report that COCTA basically elevated. There is a support that we're giving, but also COCTA is doing a similar support. But through the minister and the water task team, an integrated support that covers all these municipalities has been developed, and I think we are due to make some of those presentations to the portfolio committee as well. So I think such answers will come much more clearer when we come back, but it's municipalities that are within the radar that we are supporting. Thank you, DG.
DG, can I ask on Stat's presentation, the honourable member asked whether there's any plans to assist the two provinces, Northwest and Northern Cape, but I believe that is in line with the last answer that you gave us, that those municipalities will be assisted. DG, did I understand that correctly?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to add to Rizimati's response, the question was the municipalities which don't yet have flush toilets, what is being done to support them? As Rizimati indicated, we do have comprehensive support programs in place, but usually that support is done through us receiving applications from those municipalities for our big or WISIG allocations, which would enable them to then implement their plans for improving sanitation in their municipalities, either through capital works to put in place waterborne sanitation systems, or depending on the nature of the municipality and the density of the areas, whether it could also be to provide a lower but acceptable level of service in terms of the norms and standards, which would be the ventilated improved pit latrine.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kilwe, are you satisfied with the responses?
Thank you, Chair. I am just so very satisfied, and thank you for the responses.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore? Honourable Moore, you're muted.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying thank you to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, the various guests who've come through, as well as the DG and his team for the presentations. I think it's pertinent here to say it's very... we are confident, let's say that. We are confident in the direction that the DG is trying to lead, the Minister is leading, the Deputy Ministers are leading. There are very many challenges, and I think the devil is in the detail. But just because of the nature of this meeting, I wanted to start off with to say, especially with what has been said, that there is confidence from the DA side, at least, for the DG and the direction he's going in. I'd like to ask specific questions, Chair, because I would really like to just get questions. We're going to be focusing on our strategy document later. My first questions are around the DWS presentation. 3 specific areas I'd like information on. There are some of the targets. 7.1 was the percentage of unsustainable entities, and I'd be interested to know specifically which entities currently comprise the 33% of unsustainable entities. I imagine it could be our water boards, but I'd appreciate the specifics. The next question is on 5.3, the percentage reduction of national average non-revenue water. I think there's a target of 15%. That's a very ambitious target, a very exciting target. It would release 10 billion or more rands in terms of savings and additional revenues that would really, I think, make the entire water supply chain function so much more efficiently. But if we can just get a little detail on that, is the 15% a generic target, or is there some method to the madness? Is there some planning that created that 15% target? The third one of these is in terms of 4.1. This talks about the decline in ecological conditions of rivers reduced. I was surprised to see the baseline is 6%, and I wanted to ask whether that's really the case, because there seems to be a massive challenge of pollution in rivers across most of the provinces that I'm dealing with, and that includes KZN, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, Limpopo. 6% feels very low as a pollution number, unless I'm misunderstanding what that is about. And then just quickly, I know we gave some detail around when the NWRIA is going to be planned to be launched, but there's a number of legislative processes going on, the amendment bill, the water services bill. Do we have any indication, specific dates or timelines for when we anticipate those to move through Parliament? Because obviously some of them have been in the works for a while, some of them seem to have been passed by the cabinet. But the one date I saw was, I think, for 2026. I think I saw somewhere in one of the presentations 2029 for one of them to pass, which seems like a huge delay. So if we can get some deadlines there. Then, Chair, just in terms of the Stats SA questions, and I'm sorry, because of the nature of the strategic day, I'm not limiting myself to the 3. I'm getting all the questions out. In terms of Stats SA, the first one is the slide on migrants. It seems the numbers shown, based on the in-migration, out-migration of the provinces, shows that hundreds of thousands of immigrants to South Africa are expected during the current period, 2021 to 2026. If I try and look at the numbers that are shown, and can Stats SA confirm that's correct, that they're anticipating hundreds of thousands of immigrants to South Africa during the period? I'd also like to talk about the Limpopo. The percentage of piped water decreased by 10.9% at the same time as there seemed to be a net out migration from the province. And I wanted to confirm if I've understood that correctly, because it's a concern. Limpopo is showing up a lot on that Stats SA presentation to be concerned about. Furthermore, in terms of percentage of households that experience water interruptions lasting more than 2 days at a time, I'm surprised the number is so low for Limpopo, and it says it's decreased while the number of interruptions has decreased at the same time as the percentage of piped water has decreased. It seems unlikely, and my experience of the municipalities that I've done oversight in, Chair, is that very much water problems are worse than ever and getting worse month by month, year by year. So I just wanted to double check my understanding on that. Yeah, there's also, I just want to ask, does Stats SA or the department have any idea on the massive increase in water interruptions experienced in the Northern Cape? Because obviously that's a substantial outlier. Whilst we're seeing significant increases, the Northern Cape's number is absolutely huge. In terms of sanitation, I'm trying to understand the numbers from Limpopo and Eastern Cape. Particularly in Limpopo, are the non-ventilated toilets included in the percentage of toilets with access to improved sanitation? Which I'd also ask, are non-ventilated toilets still being built in Limpopo? Because there seems to have been a significant improvement in Limpopo, but I can't quite understand based on the high number of non-ventilated improved toilets. And then finally, just to understand the Eastern Cape number, is the improvement in terms of in terms of the percentage of toilets with access to improved sanitation, is that because of a movement of non-ventilated toilets to ventilated, or is it actually to flushed? If there's an understanding of that number as well, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. And then
Thank you, Chair. DM Matlobo is taking the responses. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
I'll suggest what we do. I allow the officials first, especially what Honorable Moore is raising, and then I will conclude the response. Thank you. DG and Dr. Phillips and DDG can deal with the technical one, then I conclude the other ones.
Thank you very much. DG?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to ask Babawa. Many of the questions were very specific about our targets that are in our strat plan, and I'd like Babawa to have an initial go at answering them, and then she'll be supported by other officials. Babawa.
Thank you, DG. The targets for the end of the 5-year period they actually relate to the status quo as to the 2013 figures. So when we had done a water use efficiency study, particularly on that one on the non-revenue water, that was the status in the 2013 figures. So it also relates to even the blue and the green and the no drop figures. So we had looked at achieving at least that status over the 5-year period. And then, so that is responding to that issue of non-revenue water for 5.3. It is an ambitious target, we agree, but we had committed to achieve it by the 5-year period. And then when it comes to the second one on the decline in the ecological river, there was a study that was done by the department, supported by one of the, I think it was the Dutch, if I'm not mistaken, to do that analysis in the decline of the ecological rivers of the country. That is what is the source of the information for that status. We are actually working towards updating that information to get a much more recent information, because that was the baseline as in, I think, 2022 or 2021, when that study was done on behalf of the department. And then in terms of the entities, the sustainability of the entities, Sis Toko will respond to that one. DG, I think those are the ones that are technical on my part.
Okay, Toko.
Thank you, DG. Chairperson, Minister, and DMs. With regard to the financial sustainability of the three of the entities, there are 3 water boards that we are currently closely monitoring, which is Magalies, Amatola, and the Val Central. With regard to Magalies and Val Central, as Minister has indicated, they are currently recovering and starting to break even, but we will be monitoring them in terms of the liquidity challenges over the next 3 years. Also, with the intervention of the equitable share and ministers' meetings at local level, we have seen that in the Val Central, Mangaung has really improved in terms of the monthly payments, and also Makwasi Hills and Tabazimbi for Magalies. Amatola needs to break even, and we are hoping that within the next 2 years, when Amatola DM also recovers, they are going to improve. Thank you, Tiki.
Thank you. Rizimati, would you like to come in on anything?
Yes, thanks, DG. I wanted to re-emphasize the point that Babalo has indicated on the non-revenue water, that one of the criteria we are using is that you will have heard DG talk about the turnaround strategies for the 8 metros. What the department is doing, Honorable Moore, is that we are managing and actually taking a proper closer look on the 8 large water supply system, which links to mostly our metropolitan areas. And this is where the biggest of the consumptions are basically happening. And if we are able to mitigate against the high losses in this big water supply system that supply the metros, that is where we are able to reduce the non-revenue water with big margins. So working with these metros, and even within the turnaround strategies that the metros are developing, we are helping them develop the water conservation and demand management, which is part of the turnaround strategy. And with the district and local municipalities, we have been for years championing and accelerating at the moment water conservation and demand management, and we're utilizing our grants to ensure that those numbers go down. So it's a collective and integrated effort. That's how that number has been scientifically integrated to ensure that within the time and space, we're able to reduce to the allowable figures. Those are the additions, DG. Thanks.
On the issue of the target of 15% for non-revenue water, we are able to be more ambitious with the strategic plan targets and to have stretch targets there in terms of the requirements for setting targets set by DPME. with regard to APP targets, they're more strict about the targets being definitely achievable within the 1 year period. But we use the strategic plan to set more ambitious targets. So this 15%, you can see it as a norm that we would like to see for municipalities, for water services authorities, that they shouldn't have non-revenue water higher than 15%. So they should all work towards achieving that. And there are a whole range of things that we're doing to support municipalities to achieve that norm of not having non-revenue water higher than 15%. For example, our water services branch is assisting municipalities to develop water conservation and demand strategies. Grant applications from water services authorities to WISIG, to us for funding from WISIG or from RBIG, which involve using the grants to, in one way or another, implement things which will result in the reduction of non-revenue water, are prioritized when we consider grant applications. The reforms that I talked about in my presentation should also result in a situation where there's more progress towards reducing non-revenue water, because the water services providers should have responsibility for revenue collection and billing, and the amount of money that they get should be dependent on the effectiveness of their billing and revenue collection, which should provide incentives for them to take measures to reduce non-revenue water so that they can maximize revenue collection. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, to conclude, I think, yes, Honorable Mo, we just have to thank you. Like our team is saying, when Minister looked at these matters and the targets, we are taking into account that we are one of the countries in the continent that has made very good strides around access to water. The stats from Stats SA indicates that, but all our reports indicate that in as much as we have the unserviced, the 10% plus, especially in water, and the 16% plus on sanitation, we're to say by the end of the term of this administration, we should have achieved our NTP goals. The fact of the matter that there is regression does not necessarily mean we need to change our targets. We have to be able to indicate they are very steep. One of the biggest things when you attended the summit called by Minister was to address something very fundamental. You know, these things the team is speaking about of the drop reports, when you look at non-revenue water, in Joburg where you come from, you know it's above 50%, and Mfuleni is about 72%. One of the matters that we need to insist is a discipline of local government on the agreements made. One of the discipline we agreed that they will do was to say, as a matter of agency, they will have to be able to address the question of a water service provider of their own choice, because of the current model that is there is not actually helping. You can look at the city of Johannesburg. They have actually have their own entity called Johannesburg Water as an example. But there is no discipline when it comes to ring fencing of budget. All these things will never happen if there is no money that is set aside, especially on traditional funding, whether it is the grants, whether it is the sales of water, including the other funding mechanism like the blended finance and so forth. One of the biggest issues that we don't want it to actually be given excuses because we're working on a deficit, Chair. There's been an underinvestment. For an example, to reduce non-revenue water like eThekwini from around 50-something% to below 50%, definitely, Honorable Mom, the first thing it will require is that you replace pipes. You replace the old pipes. They are gone. And if they are gone, pipe replacement, there's an item there on the 5-pillar strategy Minister made us to adopt is called improving technical and operational efficiency of the current system. Our attitude is to say those who used to receive water yesterday must continue to receive water today. Therefore, in Gauteng, as an example, and in Durban, where there's a presidential working group, our water boards and these municipalities and our team, led by normally DTG Mat, they meet every morning and in the afternoon just to check. Therefore, pipe replacement, the minister said, let's engage in a project called disconnecting illegal connections. You know, many of our people who are living in high-lying areas, settlements are actually happening on servitudes. If you don't remove illegal connections, you'll have a problem. Then you have the issue around the introduction of removing faulty valves, because remember, water works with the issues of pressure. Many of the pipe bursts are on the basis that pressure management, just as an operational matter, is not being handled well, let alone the faulty valves that are there. A part of that plan, it says when there's a leak, especially the burst pipe, what is the turnaround time? Do you have the teams? Does the team have the tools of trade? You know, when we went to Mfuleni, that municipality never even had even cars, as an example. Minister had to actually speak to Rand Water. We put our own money there. We bought them a fleet, even heavy-duty equipment, just to do some of those things. Therefore, there is a plethora of intervention that needs to be done, but it requires issues of leadership that we've assigned those who are leading at a local level. That's why Minister supports Minister Hlabisa around the reforms, and under the service delivery interministerial committee chaired by the president. But equally yourselves, I know you've been playing an important role around raising some of these issues in all provinces, including the chair. I remember the issue of tools of trade, the chairperson. You remember, Twane, one day, you were the one who discovered that the chlorine canisters were actually even not connected. These are some of the issues that we actually have to say, let's try to get local government to work. But at a level of us as a ministry, our targets are aligned with the NDP, aligned with SDGs, so that at least access in terms of reliability of supply of water and sanitation is guaranteed in the other aspects. I thought, let me just give that particular context apart from the technical issues, Honorable Chair, the team has dealt with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Can you maybe just respond to the legislation and the timeframes on that, or would you not be able to do that now?
Yes, I can, Chairperson. Thank you. That's why I had my hand up, because we realized that we didn't respond to that one. Our Chief Director for Legal Services, Impo, is going to, Rachisisu is going to answer on that one. Impo?
Thank you very much, DG, Chairperson. With regard to the bills, all the bills, I mean, being the Water Service Amendment Bill and the National Water Amendment Bill, they have been approved by Cabinet for tabling in Parliament. What is currently happening is that the Water Service Amendment Bill has now received a final certification from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. So it is within the bill's office for proofreading and further processing. With regard to the National Water Amendment Bill, we still await the final certification from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. As soon as we receive same, then it will follow the same process. Our target for tabling is between now in September and October. Thank you very much, teacher.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Stats SA, there was 3 questions for you on the immigrants and the decrease in the water. Would you like to speak on that, please?
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the questions. I think there was a question around this, I think it's slide number 6. Yes, indeed, we are projecting that, and this again, Chair, is between 2021 and 2026, so it's a 5-year period. And I think that context needs to be taken in that manner. We are estimating that Gauteng will get the most migrants, and I've already mentioned that the provinces that are actually losing population on the basis of the net migration. Remember, there's three components that influence the population dynamics. It's one is the number of babies that are born within that particular region. Two is the net migration, meaning taking into account those are coming in or coming out in that particular region. Then the third one, you need to take into account the number of people who died in that particular area. So those are the three components. So here we're just referring to one component with the net migration because Gauteng and Western Cape, when you look at it in terms of fertility, I've already mentioned that the fertility rate for Gauteng and Western Cape is low, meaning that the population within those provinces are influenced by the net migration. When you go into the migration flows, Chair, we are also seeing the same pattern where we're seeing Gauteng as a preferred destination, and obviously we are also seeing that the international migrants also, they prefer Gauteng and followed by Western Cape. The challenge around the migration and the net migration, Chair, is that here we're referring to the individuals who are moving between provinces. The household remains the same. So if solely moving from Limpopo coming to Gauteng, I leave my household, and that household still needs to be serviced in terms of the services. And what we are saying is that Limpopo, in terms of the household, there is an increase. We are sitting about 1.8 million household, and most of the household in Limpopo are in a formal dwelling, and we have seen an increase of a formal dwelling moving from traditional to formal, which again, it doesn't necessarily mean that if a household moving from a traditional dwelling to a formal dwelling, that means it's got access to services. So we are seeing that the rate of service vis-a-vis the rate in which we're formalizing the dwelling is not the same. The issue around I think there was a question around Northern Cape, where we are seeing a percentage that shows that there's a decrease. Again, these are actually proportions. So as I already mentioned that Northern Cape has got a small population. What we can do, as I already mentioned, we'll share the document that gives the absolute numbers because I think they gave a different pattern and also insight. What else here is its percentages when you look at 27.7% compared to 58%. There was also a question that was raised, I think, around the issues of sanitation. The issues of sanitation, just a quick one, slide number 19. When we talk about improved sanitation, we're speaking about the flush toilet, including the toilet with ventilation pipes. And specifically to Eastern Cape, one of the reasons that we picked up from the survey is that toilet with ventilation pipes are in increase. And it's also supported by slide number 18, where we're showing that when you look at toilet with ventilation pipe, and specifically Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, they're leading. And when we combine it with the flush toilet, that's the reason why you're seeing the slide 19, where we're talking about improved. So to answer a question short is that it's most of the provinces, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, is driven by toilet with ventilation pipe. So I hope I've answered all the questions. If I've missed it, then you will indicate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore, are you satisfied with the responses that you received?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the departmental response. I am a bit concerned about that river, especially since there's a dated number from 2021-22. And I would like to suggest, Chair, that since we already have had presentations on the financial state of Magalies and Vaal Central, I think potentially we're owed one on Amatola based on the information given. Just to revisit Stats SA, because a number of my questions weren't really answered. Just to be very specific, in terms of migrants, is Stats SA anticipating the in-migration to South Africa, so immigrants to South Africa, rather than inter-migration between provinces so the in-migration of hundreds of thousands of new immigrants? Question one. And then just to also question on the Northern Cape issue, you talked about it maybe a number of absolute numbers. I don't think that can be correct, Chair, based on the presentation. Let me just go to the specific slide. So I'm not talking about, we're literally talking about the percentage of households that experienced water interruptions lasting more than 2 days at a time, that went from 27% to 58%. I don't know how absolute numbers would change a doubling in terms of the percentage. So if we can just maybe revisit that. I'm looking for, is there any indication on why there was such a massive increase in the outage? And I'd be very happy for the department to step in on that particular question as well. Thank you, Chair.
Stats, Issa, would you like to clarify?
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much. I think let's start with Northern Cape. Chair, it is the period between 2012 and 2024, but then we can share with the colleagues in terms of the details in terms of the Northern Cape. The issue around migration, again, Chair, I think my point what I'm saying is that if you see a net migration of positive, it means that you have more people are coming in. If there's a net migration of a negative, it means you have more people are leaving. So we are saying that we are anticipating in this period between 2021 and 2026, based on the data set that we received from administrative records and including our own surveys, including censuses, that we are seeing that Gauteng, Western Cape, we are seeing a net positive migration, meaning we are anticipating more coming into the Gauteng provinces, including Western Cape. And again, Chair, when you look at it in terms of the provinces and those who are coming from the other, outside Gauteng, again, Limpopo, Western Cape, are going to feed into the province, the two provinces. Thank you, Chair.
Can I quickly say that what the honourable member wants to know from you is, outside of South Africa's borders, people coming into Gauteng or wherever in the country, do you have any indication whether people coming from outside of South Africa, not people moving from province to province, but moving from outside of South Africa, like Mozambique, Tanzania, wherever they can come from, moving into South Africa? Do you have that figure or not?
Yes, Chair, that's exactly what I was saying. I was saying that net migration is taken into account between provinces and those who are coming from outside South Africa. So we can provide that details in terms of those who are coming from, we call them international migrants who are coming in. But then the total that you are seeing here is a net migration, including those in South Africa and those who are coming from the borders of South Africa. Thanks.
So you don't have a figure from people that's only coming in from outside of our borders? I understand you've combined them. I'm asking whether you don't have a specific figure of how many is coming from outside of South Africa.
That's what I'm saying, that we will provide that details. We don't have it now, but we can provide for outside South Africa, and then we can give it to the member.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Honourable Moore, are you satisfied we will get that figure that you are requesting? They will send that to us in writing.
I'm satisfied, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kobe.
Good day, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think the worst thing about being the last person to speak, you find that a lot of your colleagues have covered everything that you're saying. But let me start by welcoming the presentation from the department, from performance monitoring, and from Stats SA. Chair, I just want to firstly agree with the DG that I think it's time for the department to start moving away from policy statements and actually start making the right interventions into the issues that we are seeing. I think one of the issues that I'd like the department to maybe speak to is the issue of capacity in terms of the interventions that they've made or that they've spoken about quite extensively. Will our municipalities be able to implement these interventions? Do they have enough internal capacity to ensure that these are implemented? I mean, one of the things that they spoke about is the broadening water mix that the department wants to ensure that it achieves within its strategic objectives. However, given the challenge that most of our municipalities don't have the right people within the ranks, especially the ranks of water and sanitation, which is quite technical, does the department have, in terms within the ambit of IGR within that space, without trying to encroach on the other, do they have a an internal capacity plan, which then can be monitored through a performance management plan, which can take place within that department, not necessarily the whole municipality, but within that technical environment that they perform under. Chair, and also I just want to know if the department has a uniform plans or turnaround plans for local metro municipalities and district municipalities in terms of their ability to provide water to our residents. Does the department only wait, have a bottom-up approach where we wait for our municipalities to each produce a turnaround plan, or does the department have a turnaround strategy which it can then inform the behaviors of all municipalities across the country? I think that can give some sort of stability and uniformity to the way in which municipalities behave in their different sectors and tiers, of course. Not just having a blanket approach to everything, but really trying to have the department play a proactive role in offering our 103 water service authorities that are performing and also within their different levels of capabilities. Chair, the last time the department was there, when they spoke about water security, especially in Gauteng, that their plan to bring down the consumption levels, of 218 kiloliters per capita. What are the department's long-term plans of ensuring that the high levels of consumptions go down within the country? The last time when there was the Lesotho Highlands Water Project was being undergoing maintenance, Chair, the department told us that they have an extensive communication plan that ensures that the citizens also or residents also take part in it, so that we don't have a day zero situation. Have not seen that communication in place. Can the department please provide us with that long-term plan, and if it is to be cascaded countrywide? The green drop, Chair, and the blue drop continues to decline in terms of performance. And the department has this report. Even the next report that's going to come out is going to tell us the very same story that we have. We don't have a template from the department that speaks to the reduction of this across all municipalities that is also tied to conditional grants or the funding that they're giving to municipalities that are in keeping with the standards or that are dropping. If the department can provide us with that will also assist us as a portfolio committee when we are visiting water service authorities to speak from a template that will ensure that municipalities are behaving in a way that is consistent with reducing the green drop or the blue drop performance of municipalities. If the department can then give that to us, then we know that we have more than just a policy framework. We have active interventions that we can also monitor from a committee perspective. Chair, I'd like to speak to a recent crisis that is currently going on at Mirafong municipality, where Rand Water has cut down water supply to the municipality by 20% as a credit control measure, which essentially, Chair, is a huge accountability mechanism, but also it is a huge disservice to the poor communities that are around that area. We have spoken that municipalities, to hit them where it hurts the most, we must then implement the equitable withholding of the equitable share. But once Water Board starts then reducing the water supply to municipalities, we then have a situation where municipalities don't feel the brunt. It's poor communities that are being affected because it is the water supply that is being withheld from them and not necessarily the equitable share that allows municipalities to operate. Has the department engaged both Rand Water and Mirafong with regards to this situation? I think it's urgent. I think it's a report that we as a portfolio committee deserve to get, so that we know how to engage with our constituents better in terms of giving them the right kind of answers. Chair, the last question will be to performance monitoring that they have recommend that they're recommending that we use a sustainable alternative, which is going to prove to be much more affordable and much more easily achieved. My issue with that, Chair, is that there is a reduced allocation to agriculture. Now, this for us poses a huge risk on food security. How will we then mitigate the threat of food security if we're going to reduce the allocation to agriculture to achieve this sustainable alternative? How sustainable is it when it will be reducing agriculture allocation to our communities? Thank you, Chair. Also, just one thing, worried about the department's performance, which has dropped from 69% to 57%. I can see that the department is trying to move up because it's currently sitting at 60%, but the department needs to give us confidence that it will return to its former glory, and not only that, but start acing it in and moving into the 70s in terms of their performance. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister? Deputy Minister, are you responding?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. Let's thank Honorable Kobe, and we hope she enjoyed her birthday and the belated birthday during the break.
Thank you.
On Mirafong, I'll start with Mirafong, Chairperson. It's a matter that is unfortunate. You will recall that Minister led a program where we're saying that those who are owing water boards must enter into payment agreements. She then decided to engage with all the premiers in those municipalities that were defaulting with the support of yourselves. Remember, you also convened us with National Treasurer to address this question. Mirafong entered into a payment agreement with Randwater, and then they decided to start to default. They were not honoring the agreement. They even attempted to engage the court, but they couldn't actually win. Ultimately, Randwater, like all our institutions, we don't normally close the water in totality, but just to manage as part of credit risk and credit control management, then there's a lowering of the volumes that are being supplied to this municipality. That's why Randwater had actually done that. While Minister, she was on an international engagement in Stockholm. We were then in a position to say Mirafong should continue to engage with Randwater and enter into a new agreement that they need to be able to fulfill. And in the main, Mirafong, in terms of the current position, we know now that their infrastructure is not in good position, is leaking like a sieve. They are losing probably close to 50% of their water, which is non-revenue water. And this is not the first restriction that is happening now. Cumulatively, the restriction are more than 30%. We've given them that, even the mayor, we spoke and say they must try to find a mechanism to really to concretely do that. Apart from the fact that Mirafong, the department working with National Treasurer, these are the ones that were looking at holding the equitable share so that they can be able to look at that. But we are looking at a long-term solution, because even if they enter in this agreement, but if they can't be able to bill people correctly, collect the money, give a proper service, there is a problem. And we're hopeful that very shortly they will be able to find an agreement, because if Mirafong and other municipalities continue to default, impact on the water boards that are not actually getting any grant funding from the state, any impact on Randwater, it will affect more than 19 million citizens, and the problem will be far-reached because it will be felt probably in about 4 provinces. Honorable Kobe, your other questions are interrelated. When Minister decided to host the Water Indaba in March, the Water Indaba had 2 purposes. one of the purpose we had was to be able to review the performance of the 105 municipalities in total, that the drop reports indicated of poor or worse performance or average performance. All these municipalities were directed to say, produce your turnaround plan, because the drop reports are an indicator of the capacity of the municipalities just to discharge their constitutional responsibility on reliable water and sanitation supply services. And all of them, when we divided them into the commissions, they produced the turnaround plans. There are only few that had not done so. We'll then be able to judge that a number of them, they're making progress. But some of them, they were far away from making the necessary progress. Therefore, the drop reports, even if they will mechanism by the department led by the minister. One of the things we also looked at in that local government summit was to say, how do we ensure water security and reliability of supply? One of the things we had to look at was the capacity of municipalities. The department normally does certain assessments. They are called municipal assessment report. They are called MUSA reports, where we look at all our water services authorities. We look at issues of technical capability, financial capability, the systems, and everything. There's that particular template. Through the DG, we can be able to give you the latest MUSA reports. Those MUSA reports, some of them, they are green. Some of them, they are they are amber, which is areas of concern. The others are actually risk. We have always been doing them, and also self-assessment. And on the basis of those, then we then actually agreed that the capacity for municipalities must be attended. Remember, on capacity, there were two issues. One was the institutional capacity. On institutional capacity, that's why we are saying, let's look at the implementation model and the reforms, where the Water Services Authority function and the Water Services Provider function must be clearly delineated without taking the asset ownership from the state. That's what we said. But the other problem we also complained about was the issue that those who are employed there, they are those who are working them. That's why the department around 2014, it had a regulation that it did on Water Services Act around norms and standard. Who must be these people who are working there, managing what kind of an infrastructure? For every water infrastructure, there's something called the classification system. How many people are supposed to be there? What kind of an experience? And the skill sets that must be there. And we've been insisting on that. Even when we do Section 78 assessments, we do it all the time so that at least we know the capacity there. We ultimately agreed that there is a role of training institutions, the universities, the SITAs, and everybody else to say that those who work in water, there must be a program of a recognition of higher learning. There must be a program of ensuring that people are professionalized, they belong to professional bodies, because that water business is a serious business. Those are the decisions that we've made, and we're starting to implement them, working with SALGA and COCTA to do those particular things. And it's an important matter around just to deal with the issues of both institutional and human resource capacity, let alone the issues of the tools of trade. The turnaround plans for municipalities have answered that question. But remember, from a planning point of view, in the planning point of view, the municipal strategic plan is the IDP. And in the IDP there, Honorable Kobe, you know, there is a chapter of a plan. It's called the Water Services Development Plan. The Water Services Development Plan, it indicates during the term of administration of a municipality around issues of access to water, sanitation, and all these other matters of OPEX and CAPEX. that they need to look at, including the budget implementation plan, which is the service delivery budget implementation plan. And the teams from our provincial offices, we are the ones that are supporting them, that they do have credible plans. For an example, some of the budget's requirements, if you require money, you might actually do feasibility studies, but we can't find people who don't have a WSDP. We don't. And these are some of the requirements when there's technical assessment of the reports, whether is it MEEC, because if it MEEC, the component on water, they still have to come to us. So if you can be able as a leader of the sector to say these things, they are okay or they are not okay. But municipalities, even in terms of their annual reports and quarterly reports, they must be in a position to report on them. But Minister never stopped there. She then said there are these municipalities. Remember, COGTA has a set of municipalities that are called dysfunctional municipalities or non-viable municipalities. Minister Machodina, she took a decision to say, what are my top 100 municipalities that are not performing well? And then she assigned DDG Matem through DG, working with the provincial heads. In each of these 105 struggling municipalities, there is an intervention and a support plan, which the minister and the DG have also taken into cabinet, because cabinet says, but how are you supporting? How are you intervening in these municipalities? Therefore, in our own case, we do have that risk matrix. Some of the interventions you see, there is something called the Metro Support Services. The one that the DG is working with National Treasurer or working with the World Bank. They've started on the biggest project called the non-revenue aspects that they are actually helping those municipalities, looking at the trading services and others. And we've made a decision as a ministry to say we don't want only to concentrate on metros, but let's also look at the possibility of strategic towns. You know, there are many, many other provinces where people go to congregate there on the basis of opportunities. You go to Mpumalanga, I know Nelspruit, you know, to Gavin Pegi. You go to Puluwan and elsewhere. There are these number of support initiatives working as part of the reforms, working with Treasury, including big issues like your budget, blended finance, the budget facility that we're helping. There are those, all of them, but we don't want to claim that all these support initiatives resource constraints, and even if we work with COGTA and MISA and other people in Treasury, they are constraints. Therefore, fixing local government is part of the turnaround in terms of that particular plan. The team can be in a position to share with you when they do the drop reports. The drop reports, they are looking at a number of things around system functionality. And in the main, the biggest component is around asset management and infrastructure management, operational efficiency, the issues of standard operating procedures. They can be able to share with you because those reports are a little bit in depth, but there are also other matters of governance that we do look at those particular reports. Minister was able to assist that the province of Gauteng should prioritize the issue of water. That's why they decided on a meeting between the Premier, the MECs, and all the mayors. But to institutionalize it, the Premier in Gauteng then decided to assign the MEC for local government or for cooperative governance. He meets with all these municipalities on Wednesdays, and on our side, the provincial head is always part of this meeting. But on operational and technical efficiency, water boards, ourselves, in the morning, in the afternoon, they look at the system to say, how does it look like? What needs to be done? There's been a lot of communication around the relationship between citizens and water, around issues of payment of services, programs like illegal connection that must be done. Because in Cape Town, we learned, if you use the whole society approach, then you can have a possibility to change. In Gauteng now, that president chose that in Johannesburg, there's a presidential working group, then there's a work stream on what. You can see even civic organization experts, they are more knowledgeable now what is happening then. But we must admit, a municipality like Johannesburg and Tshwane, they are not performing at the level where we want to see them, despite our intervention, and we need to stay closer there. You know, Westbury has a problem as we speak now. Hammanskraal, there are still certain issues, and ministers assign us to look after these issues. Ekurhuleni, there are areas of improvement of some of these things, and some of these things, Honorable Kobe, they will take a little bit of time. But on communication, citizens are starting to communicate their leaks. We receive information on our WhatsApp, on our emails, but then there are certain challenges around the turnaround time and the capacity of Johannesburg Water on how they are being supported. But we admit that we still have to do more around the issues of communication. And that's what, in general, Chairperson, I'll respond in a global way, because the questions and the inputs by Honorable Kobe, they are interrelated. There are systems in place, but there are areas of improvement. I will ask the team through DG to speak about the drop in performance, but in the main, she's making a recommendation that we can perform at a higher level, and we do agree that as a department, we want to strive to perform at a higher level. We want to hold each other at a higher level of performance. That's why even the capacity of both of the department, especially the water services function and the water resource function, we're trying to build that capacity, including the thing that DG is telling us about reforms. When we do projects, even our own projects, procurement must not be a problem. The reforms that are there in the accountability system. But once again, Chair, I want to say thank you. Then Sean can conclude on one or two matters that I might have left out.
Thank you for that. Before the DG comes in, I just want to agree with the Honourable Kobe on the cutting or the reducing of the water. Although the fact is now it is to make sure that the municipalities pay, the real fact of the matter is that people that are paying are suffering now. So I really want us and the department and Minister yourself to see whether there is another way of dealing with this without cutting the water. Because at the moment, we are harming people that are payers. If they stay in high-lying areas, they won't get water. And as the Honourable Member said, it depends on where they cut. The poorest of the poor will also not get water. So there must be, we've got to think out of the box. And where there must be another way that we can deal with those municipalities without harming the community that pays or the community that really needs that water. But I'm just putting it out there. I don't have an answer myself, but I really think that if we go sit down and we think about this, I really believe we will get another way of dealing with those municipalities. But that's my 2 cents on this matter. Thank you. DG?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Kobe asked the question as to whether we just wait for municipalities in a bottom-up way to develop turnaround and improvement programs, or whether we assist them and have standardized approaches to turnaround programs to support municipalities to put them in place. And I think DM Maklobo has comprehensively listed many of the things that we're doing to provide that support to municipalities. So I think the short answer is no, we don't just wait for municipalities to, in a bottom-up way, develop their own turnaround processes. Even our blue, green, and no drop assessments have been crafted in such a way as to support municipalities to develop improvement plans, because they don't only identify the performance of the municipal drinking water and wastewater treatment systems, they also go further and advise municipalities as to exactly what they need to do to turn around the situation. So after we've done the blue, green and no drop assessments, we then have workshops in all the municipalities where we take them through their results, and in detail we advise them exactly what they need to do to turn the situation around. And I'd like to ask Rizimati to come in as well. There are other ways as well in which we support municipalities. In addition to the DM mentioned the water services development plans, we provide comprehensive support to municipalities to put in place those water services development plans, sometimes even going as far as assisting them to manage service providers to help them to put in place these water services development plans. Rizimati, would you like to add as to other ways in which we support municipalities to put in place turnaround plans?
Yes, no, thanks, DG. The other point to add is that as part of the support to the municipalities, I think Honorable Kobe is quite right. There's quite a lot of challenges on the ground. I think dear Matobo did indicate that one of the key challenges is the accurate asset register in municipalities. So part of what we do as a department, we support municipalities by developing what we call the 5-year reliability plans. And we are using these 5-year reliability plans as a benchmark for municipalities to help them develop their water and sanitation master plan within their respective areas. We then use these reliability plans, which covers water and sanitation services, bulk, and so forth, to then have them develop the water service development plan as the Mahlobo is mentioned. And I think Honorable Chair will be aware that when we do our grant funding, they are aligned to compliance with the water service development plan, which council needs to pass in their own meetings. So we therefore support that process by developing these 5-year reliability plans, take them through the integration of their IDP and water service development plan for council to pass so that they get that ownership. And if you look at that process, it's basically more like a top-down and a bottom-up approach. We also support municipalities through our policy position where most municipalities don't have the bylaws. They don't have the standing up bylaws. So through our water services branch, we have developed a standardized bylaw process that we are supporting municipalities so that they integrate that and develop it into their own. It's part of the support that we are giving to municipalities. I won't talk of some of the ring-fenced approach, which we are working together with MISA. Part of the support that we are utilizing as the last point is that where there is poor performance and we realize that there is dysfunctionality, as we can reflect it through our blue, green, or no drop, when we issue out notices, we use the very same process to divert and utilize the grant allocation, where our provincial heads assist in supporting us to convert those grants from being more like a direct grant to be indirect grant, where we can introduce an implementing agent, and it's part of us offering support to implement those projects. MISA, Honorable Chair, Koktarada is doing the same, where they've identified some of these dysfunctional municipalities as linked to our report, where they are talking to National Treasury. They're at an advanced stage to also convert some of these grants to ensure that they have much more control on that. Those are, among others, some of the supports that we can utilize, for municipalities. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Rizimati. Chairperson, if I may, just remember that Honourable Moore also asked us to comment on the Stats SA slide, which showed that there'd been a huge increase in some provinces in the number of water supply interruptions, which lasted more than 2 days. And our comment on that, Honourable Moore, is that it correlates almost exactly with the findings of our blue and green drop assessments, and that you, as indicated in my presentation, there was quite a sharp decline in the performance of municipal drinking water systems between 2012 and 23-24, which is almost the same as the dates in the Stats SA slide. So there's a direct correlation between the decline in the performance of municipal drinking water systems across a range of indicators you'll recall that we said that our blue drop assessments assess a whole range of indicators in the municipalities, including the condition of the infrastructure, whether maintenance is being done, etc. So you would expect a decline in blue drop performance to be reflected in an increase in water supply disruptions. And then finally, Chair, I'd like to ask Barbara to respond to the question from Honourable Corby about our performance information. Barbara?
Thank you, DG. Just to indicate to the honourable member that, yeah, correct, we did experience a drop in the department's performance just for the 24-25 financial year. But going forward, as the department, we're actually strengthening our internal controls, which includes reviewing actually how we can enhance our planning indicators and also collecting the necessary supporting evidence to ensure that all the required performance, particularly for auditing purposes, is available. I can confidently say with the steps that we have in place, we should be able to return the department and actually improve the department's performance to its previous good standing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kobe, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the department for their thorough responses. But just to add two things, Chair. The water quality has deteriorated from 5% in 2014 to 43% in 2023. And the department has assured us of the level of monitoring of water reliability plans and support that they're given to departments. Now, I'm just going to say that their effectiveness and their ability to really monitor this will be shown in the upcoming blue drop and green drop reports. That really have they done the work that they said that they're going to do in terms of not just monitoring, but having those previous reports tell them or indicate to them that this is the diagnosis and this is what we as a department are going to do and this is how effective it is. The upcoming report is going to inform us if the department has been effective in all these plans that they've been saying that they've been doing, which I believe they have been doing because they report to the portfolio committee very often. I do have confidence in their ability to really start increasing in terms of their performance outputs as a department. But I'm saying that the blue drop and green drop reports, when they do come, they will be a huge indication, whether it will be an indictment or a vindication for us on our part that the department needs to do more. And also, Chair, just one last thing. I would like for Merafong to be a case study, really, given the nature of its urgency. I understand that there has been a lot of IGR interaction that's been going on between the minister and the premier, but as Deputy Minister Mathoba said, Merafong is also could be considered as a strategic town, considering that it is a mining town. Now, we'd like to see an urgent reform in terms of intervention from the department. If the department has been doing such great work, I think I would like to challenge them to use Merafong as a recent case study, something that we can refer to, something that we can say that the department has done. It has done exceptional work previously, but we'd like Merafong to also be added onto the example of what the department has been able to achieve. Thanks, Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you for this presentations that we have received and the opportunity that the committee had to answer. And there where you could not answer the questions, that we will receive those in writing. We as a committee are going to go into a break. We will release the department, Stats SA, and the other department as well, so that they can continue with the work they need to do. But once again, from my side, I want to give my apology to the DG in the way that he was handled in this meeting by a member, which we will deal with. but be assured that the committee respects the work of the department, the DG, all the ministers, and that my sincere apology for the way it started, but sometimes you've got to get people to let that out, and then we also know with who we are dealing. So for saying that, I would like to ask the committee whether we can still take an hour for lunch and then start at not 2:00, but 2:30. Would that be in order?
Supported,
Yes,
Chair.
Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I would like you to close the session, if you don't mind. Wishing us maybe well for this afternoon session, but I'll give you the opportunity to close this meeting, and then we will continue again 2:30.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. It is really a special honor that we came before the committee this morning together with DPME as well as State South Africa. We always give respect and honor the meetings of the Portfolio Committee because we know and understand the role of the Portfolio Committee, that of playing an oversight role over us as the executive. And at no point we are going to let the committee down. Every time we meet with the committee, your robust questioning also assist us to do better and to plan better and to adjust on certain areas. We really thank you very much. All of you, your contributions were very much important to us. We are going to build up out of those contributions, and we do accept the Chair, on behalf of the DG, the apology from you and also the parties that are a part of this Portfolio Committee. They've commented on this, and we accept that there's nothing personal. That we are going to have a grudge on it. Times when issues are hot, we tend to lose ourselves. But as I said when I opened this, our presentation was that we are also concerned about the state of water, and we'll give support where we can to municipalities. We cannot just ignore municipalities. Hence, we might want to make sure that when we are expected to build a water resource in terms of the dams and block the big mega project, we're doing exactly that because we want South Africa not to be in a crisis of the bulk water supply. We do have bulk water supply, but as we all agree that the reticulation becomes a challenge. But working with you the way we are doing, Chair, one day we'll overcome this. Chair, we thank you very much for your patience with us, even when some of us were trying to lose it and interjecting, but you have called us into order, and we've taken your order, Chair. And if there was any way that we irritated you, it was not out of disrespect to you and honorable members, but we thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. And I hope, Chair, we are released as executive and states and DPME. Then the committee will then continue in the afternoon after lunch. Thank you very much, honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned and will continue with committee members at 14:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Where is lunch being served, Chairperson?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, can we claim for
At your own
lunch?
house. At your own house.
Chair, can we claim?
That's not fair.
You must claim,
go to
honorable
your
members.
kitchen.
Can we
Yes, you must
claim for
claim.
lunch? Yes.
Honorable
Minister,
Bobby, you must claim.
Deputy Minister, go to your kitchen. Go to your kitchen quickly.
Where is the birthday cake, Honorable Cobb?
We will arrange for cake when we meet in person again. Then she will bring us cake.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.